Hello and welcome everybody to the Tales on Tap Tavern, a place where good friends get together and share stories of vengeful archfey, moist caverns and stunning cracks. I hope you're all doing well and thank you so much for joining us.
There's that word again.
That was amazing.
It had to be done. But before we get into tonight's session, we have a couple bits to go through, so I'm going to pass over to Dan first. Take it away.
Hi guys. So, first thing we need to announce is I have an apology to make. Last week's session should have been uploaded to YouTube on Friday at 7 o'clock. However, I was in Brussels on holiday and only remembered the day after, which is terrible. Terrible. However, it is live. Unacceptable, I know, bad me. But it is live now. It's updated. It should be there. So after tonight's session, if you want to catch up on what happened last week, make sure you head over there. And everyone that hasn't already, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. We put loads of content up there. There's clips. The sessions each week are going up there. So just to kind of keep you guys up to date. Talking of clips, we are on TikTok as well. So if you, like me, like to scroll through dancing videos and stuff, we're on there. So go do the TikTok thing as well. And all the other social links are down below. Very exciting stuff. Next week, we kick off with our main campaign. Very excited to kind of bring this to you guys and have you along with us along this journey. We know that you're obviously excited. We've had lots of questions about what the campaign's about, who people are playing and all the rest of it. So we're getting there. Don't worry. The campaign we're playing is the Titanias Dragons. For those of you that are avid D&D players, it's one of the first 5e campaigns that Wizards of the Coast brought out, but we're homebrewing this adventure, so it's completely different for the most part as to what you would get in the normal book. So if you've already played that campaign, don't worry, you're going to see something completely different.
Oh boy.
And we know that you're kind of on the edges of your seats, you want to know more. So, with more information on this, I'm going to pass over to Chris, who's going to give you a bit more information on things to come.
Woo! It's me. It's my first time on the big screen. Hello, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm playing Felspar in this adventure, as you know. And we're about to head into our final episode of this short Feywild adventure at Tatiana's Transplanar Tinkertop Circus. Definitely not a mouthful. Right? Thanks for that, Hannah. And then from next week, as Dan said, we'll be heading into our main campaign. However, you guys, the audience at home, will be joining that group of heroes, the Fallen, already partway along their journey. We've been running our main campaign off stream for almost a year now, I think, maybe more even. But don't worry, we've prepared a few things to bring you up to speed on both the characters and the events that you guys have missed. Over the next week, we'll be releasing short character teasers for each PC to give you an individual vibe of their heroes you'll be following, as well as a 5-part campaign recap, which we'll be releasing weekly on our YouTube channel. So make sure you head over there via the links below, subscribe, bell icon, all that stuff. You really don't want to miss these. Don't worry though, we wouldn't leave you hanging without a taste of what's to come. So here's the first half of part 1 of our campaign recap. The story of the Fallen.
Yes! So, you wish to hear the tale of the Fallen. Very well. Our story begins like any other, in a simple village in a relatively unassuming part of the Sword Coast called Lakeside. Though picturesque, the village had been beset by bandits, raiding and pillaging their stores. But where there are troubles, would-be heroes are sure to follow. Captain John Asser, the village leader, had sent out a notice requesting warriors for hire, and the call was soon answered. First to arrive was Jove, a rough and ready half-orc warrior. It was there that he met Sen, a mysterious warforged of single-minded duty. Next to arrive was a blue dragonborn in a shining plate armor emblazoned with symbols of the Platinum Dragon, and introduced himself as Vito Bonacera. Perched on a nearby fence, a nervous but determined owlin by the name of Feathers watched on. And finally, arriving last but with little urgency, a well-to-do half-elf gentleman named Clovis Crowley. As the captain briefed the newly acquainted team, it was clear that the troubles facing Lakeside were not limited to the outlying fields and storehouses. Another local village to the north by the name of Belloc had also come under threat, and guards that had been dispatched by Jonasair to reinforce them had not been heard from in days. With loose bearings and unfamiliar companions, the five of them set off toward the last known location of the bandits. And eventually, with some teamwork and the use of Jove's natural hunter instincts, they located their camp. The bandits were promptly dispatched, with each member of this newfound mercenary group confidently displaying their prowess in battle. When the bloody work was done, their investigations unraveled a new thread. A letter with instructions emblazoned with a sigil that seemingly held some meaning to Clovis, though he was not forthcoming as to why. Having returned what stolen goods they could, the party with the newly acquired wagon and horse that had been gifted from Jonasair headed north to the village of Belloc. Arriving at dusk, they were met with plumes of smoke rising from a once sleepy village, now under direct assault. As they approached, they were met with scenes of a massacre. Bodies, rubble, fire and ruin greeted them, along with a host of kobolds, who tried to repel the newly arrived reinforcements with little success. A single warrior of Belloc had survived, and introduced himself as Edredor Greyhaven. Still shaken by trauma, he recounted the attack and the capture of his family. These were no mere opportunistic bandits, but a great horde that now seemed to be heading towards the town of Greenest in the north. The party agreed that Greenest must be warned, and Edredor offered to guide them along a less trodden path that might allow them to reach the town in time. As they gathered themselves, the sight of an individual wearing a strange silver mask prompted Clovis to reveal that he had recently run afoul of a similar group, known for worshipping dragons. Riding fast along the roads and underbrush, with Edredor as a guide, the party travelled deep into the night, and as dawn broke and morning greeted them, they were met with an all-too-familiar sight: fire and smoke. Scorched skies, screams and shouts of a town under siege forced them to act quickly. They threw themselves upon the attacking horde, guiding what villagers they could safely away from the encroaching forces. Kobolds and silver mask cultists in great numbers burned and slaughtered with intemperance alongside ferocious draconic beasts. Realizing that it was a battle they could not win, the party rallied with the people of Greenest and ran for the keep in the centre of town. Within the relative safety of the walls, the guard captain received their warning and brought them before the governor, the Lord of Greenest, Governor Nighthill. It seemed he too had underestimated the forces that were now upon him, and climbing the ramparts he looked out on his town in horror as he saw it burn. But all hope was not yet lost, as Nighthill expected some people may have survived and may be taking shelter in the city's temple nearby, but many innocents had already been slaughtered, and in a moment of guilt and desperation, Clovis produced what seemed to be an enchanted scroll that would allow him then to contact the attacking forces and request their demands to prevent further carnage. The rest of the group, realizing his treachery, raised arms against Clovis, demanding answers. All except Jove, who, despite the unwelcome surprise, respected the half-elf's honesty in the face of his own mistakes. Before any resolution could be reached, however, a single word rang out and sent a shiver through all within the keep. Breach! Turning their attention to the more urgent matter, they all rushed to the gap that had newly formed within the walls of the keep. Shoulder to shoulder with the dwindling forces of Greenest, they fought back wave after wave of aggressors in the top of the ramparts. Feathers and Clovis spotted something that would prove their situation more dire than they first anticipated. An enormous blue dragon.
Comes after.
Well, there you have it. How do you like them apples? Amazing. Amazing. Chris, thank you so much again for all that hard work and effort, and like you say,
Team effort.
So that is a sneak peek of what's to come. So that's part 1 of part 1. So kind of like a little sneak peek as to what the first part of the recap is going to be. Those videos will be released weekly on our YouTube channel, as Chris said. Hit that thing, the subscribe button, notification bell, all that jazz. This is something that we've been working hard on. And we know that coming into a bit of a campaign after it's already been played, it's hard as a viewer, so we're trying to make sure that that goes as seamlessly as we can. But next week we jump straight back into it, where it's an amazing part for you guys to kind of step into it as well. You're going to get to meet all the characters. It's going to be great. Something else that we have been working on. Now, we have had multiple people message about when's the subscribe button going to be coming on our Twitch channel. What are we going to be offering as subscription and subscriber benefits?
Soon, TM.
Very, very soon. Very soon. It's literally on the precipice before we release all that. We just want to make sure that everything is ready for you guys before we take that leap. We're working on emotes. We're looking at a sub-only Discord channel. We're looking at doing giveaways, competitions. There's going to be a talk show being released in the new year at some point, and all the subscribers will get to ask questions to not only the cast, but you'll be able to ask questions about the characters, the campaigns, everything that's been driving you mental at home. Like, you can get involved, and it's another way for you guys to support us, and so that we can help us make all this amazing content for you guys. So, yeah, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Well, yeah.
So if you want to find out which character fancies who, you need to.
Yeah, that's the time.
True, very
true. That's all to come. But make sure you keep up to date with everything in terms of what we release on our content and on our social media and all that kind of jazz. Well, that is enough from me. I think I've talked enough. I'm going to pass it back over to Hannah so we can get into tonight's session.
All right. Amazing. So I believe that is everything. And with all that said and done, let's get stuck into the finale of this Fae mini campaign. So sit back, get comfy as we get into tonight's episode of Tales on Tap. All right. So, last we left off, having managed to escape the Fae influence of the Maze of Desires and quelling the beasts that lurked there, you, along with some new Unseelie associates, made your way through a tunnel beneath the maze, the entrance of which you'd found beneath a fountain in the centre of said maze. Reggie, having run off ahead, you all tentatively began your journey, keeping a watchful eye out ahead. The more you travelled, you began to hear music. And getting closer, it sounded like two extremely discordant sounds of music. Using Detect Good and Evil, Falspar identified a Fae blip on his radar up ahead. Going forward to investigate, Freya and Falspar clung to the shadows as an unaware Reggie headed back towards the group, hip-hopping with not a care in the world. Wondering if this was some weird charm effect or just Reggie being Reggie, you let him continue. Reuniting with the group, the mage informed you all of a purple light up ahead, a dagger on the ground, and blood splatters across the mouth of the cave. Taking a closer look, Falspar identified a message carved around the cavern exit as being in thieves' cant, some strange riddle that needed answering. The riddle itself was solved extremely swiftly by Freya, Oneros confirming their thinking. Eros volunteered to step forward and proclaim the message loudly, enhancing his voice using thaumaturgy, only to have a portcullis slam shut before a massive gelatinous cube secreted itself from the ceiling of the cavern, engulfing Freya and Oneros. You all set about to defeat the beast and to try and solve the puzzle. Falspar, hasted by Demisa, went to try and carve the word shadow into the panel, but to little avail. Radiant damage seemed to anger it, but eventually Eros, through a casting of Toll the Dead, the necrotic energy being absorbed, managed to lift the portcullis, but the cube remained. After some novel spellcasting from Lucian, the cube itself was transformed into a massive cube of ice, bones visible on the inside. Upon closer inspection, some of the bones it was deduced were quite small in size, potentially those of a child or a small creature, and others, if not the majority, were larger and more fully developed. Staying vigilant, you all continued through the now open exit of the cave, entering into the purple light where the ground fell from under you once more, and you were thrust into a large, luscious grove, with dryads tending to the foliage and the flora around. One dryad, Onira spotted, was holding a small children's doll. A gentle voice at the time entered your minds, resulting in Demisa, the changeling leader of the Unseelie, speaking up and calling out Titania for her actions, only to have Titania then banish the Unseelie, unwelcome in her grove. Just yourselves remaining, you began to converse, Reggie and Titania having a seemingly silent exchange telepathically, which grew to anger the Queen of the Summer Court, causing a flicker of anger, imperceptible to most, but not to Falspar, behind her eyes. Eros demanded her side of the story regarding the origins of the Seelie Court. Falspar searched for signs of the onyx gem, which was allegedly stolen. Titania, or whatever remained, had had enough with Reggie's childish games, challenging him regarding whether he needed to learn another lesson. As Reggie flushed with anger, hand going to grasp his warhammer, her form shifted into corrupted, elongated, hag-like appearance, towering over you all. Combat swiftly followed, her wielding a staff that had embedded on the top the gem that you were searching for. Falspar landed a devastating blow, severing 2 fingers from her right hand. Reggie impaling her skull, effects amplified by Eros. Lucian took to the air, chipping away at her health, and Nira summoning an iron golem to do his bidding, blasting the arms off one of the dryads in the process. Freya fiery teleporting up to Titania to slash down with her flame-engulfed whip. You all fight bravely, though hurt dearly. We are picking up at initiative count 20, Lucian, with ethereal music swarming around your mind, clouding your actions. You all spot Lucian's normally focused and ever-observant gaze glaze over. And that's where we're going to dive in and kick off to tonight's episode.
I don't want to do it. I don't. Reggie,
you gotta do it.
Reggie's fucked, man. Like, I don't want to do
I know.
Just keep cutting off them fingers.
Yeah.
Keep cutting off them fingers.
So, as we're diving in, it's actually Lucian's turn.
But
always a but. You are looking around, this ethereal music clouding your judgment, and you look up and you see Titania in her most beautiful, gorgeous form, and you can't help but be compelled to do what you feel she would wish. You must use your turn to do what you think Titania would want you to do.
God.
what I think Titania would want me to do.
What Lucian would think Titania would want to do. Yes.
Oh, that's a very deep hole. All right.
You only have 6 seconds.
I know, like,
That's enough. That's enough.
I know we're like 27 minutes into the
1
stream,
second of
but
fingers.
there's
Right. What would Titania want me to do?
Mm.
So I'm seeing her as she looked before, and she was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
Absolutely.
pure, uncorrupted. Yeah.
all right. Cool. Okay. So, so if I'm assuming she to do what she believes I would do, I can just do things, yeah.
Yeah, do things.
But I don't see her as a hag. I see her as a beautiful woman.
Yes.
Cool. That's all I need to know. do I remember that she was a hag, or is it like very much a?
No, at
I'm
the
sort of
moment, all
fixated?
you're seeing is this beautiful woman who is clearly having some difficulty because you've got Falspar flying behind her head.
Yeah.
You've got Freya just landing, having slashed her with her blade.
All right. Cool.
It's a beautiful woman in danger right now.
Yeah. Exactly. So. Do I still see Falspar as Falspar?
I knew you'd pick
Yes.
me.
Yeah, Falspar. Just
Cool, that's fine.
Just saying,
So-
I'm not doing shit.
Seeing as he thinks she's in danger, still 20 feet up, I think it was, or like 15, I can't remember. I'm going to say 20. Cause...
Oh, you're 20.
Yeah, cool, 20. I am going to... Just checking.
I still think it's just Haddonfield, that music.
Cool, so seeing Felspar going after what I believe to be, well, the most beautiful one I've seen in a very long time, or at least one of many. Lucian's going to spread wings, go, oh, that's quite enough of that, and fly 30 feet this way into the air, into the radius of the silence bubble.
Okay.
Do I still hear music?
No.
You fucking genius!
Sneaky sumbitch!
Yeah!
Fuck yeah.
You fly in, enter, like ready to protect this woman, and then all of a sudden, the music stops. You hear nothing. You look up and you see that twisted, grossly elongated form of Titania in front of you once more, shaking off the influence.
Yeah. So as the other Lucians sort of enter the bubble behind them, they all stand around and go, in a line.
Nice.
And then, if he could say many things, he would, but seeing as he is without a voice, I am going to...
Oh, very clever.
Well, about time. So, looking at the rod she is holding. No pun intended.
Well,
So, looking at the rod she is holding, he's going to whip up the pearlescent smoke in this sort of complete silence. Let's just see if I can do this.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, it's... Oh, no, wait.
You're a V.
Never
it's a
mind.
V. It's a V.
No, I can't do that, but I can do other things. That's fine. It still works. Cool. So, yeah, whipping up the pearlescent smoke once again, using my final first level spell. The big thunderous cloud form of a person emerges and clasps the thunderbolt in hand as I'm going to cast Witch Bolt down straight and just woof, straight onto her.
Nice.
So I
good.
think you guys, so you've gone basically straight to her, yeah? So you will
Yeah,
be
so
within 5 feet.
I'm exactly where I am.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you'll be within melee range, so it will be with a disadvantage.
That's fine.
Go for it.
I will take that. Okay, that is...
Got it. Big money.
All right, so that is a 22 to hit.
It hits.
Right. So that's that, and then 1, so that is 3, and then... So it's only 9, but as in sort of just in the silence, there's no sound to this thunderbolt. It's really strange as the hand clasps it and the sort of the Amazonian helmet forms and the body comes into motion. It just goes woof and straight down into her.
Right.
So
Yeah.
good.
Just gotta do
9 lightning.
concentration. We're all good with concentration. Reggie, you still feel your mind is like static in your head. But as a reaction to that, she once again vanishes.
Oh no!
Damn it.
But is that the end of your turn?
Yes, sorry, that is the end of his turn as he sort of floats completely silent, just milling about.
Okay. So after your turn, it is the Dryad's turn.
Come on,
So-
come on, kids, be nice.
They
Come on, we
Two-
came here to help you.
two of where the hell is the other one gone? Oh, it's there. Never mind. I couldn't find it.
Run off with its arms.
Go on.
So the two furthest away, like to the left and up top, have just cast bark skin on themselves, and you see them both reach up to the trees near them, pull one of the trunks, and you see a shimmering light cascade along this makeshift staff as they both then begin to make their way.
Home to their mummies and daddies.
Yeah,
What mummies and daddies?
job done.
What mummies and daddies? You killed them too!
You don't know. You don't know. This
So that's
one
already.
is going to look to Hayden, and
No.
you see, because it's not got any arms right now, but you see it kind of look up to Titania, and like eyes wide, seemingly without control, two vines dart out from where the shoulders are and try to cast entangle on Hayden. And Hayden's super, she's real good at avoiding stuff like this. Not. So we'll see.
I love that. You were just like ship. Hayden's like super good. So she's cool. Fucking.
So you see these branches launch out and tie themselves around Hayden's feet. So Hayden is currently restrained. But that is all the Dryads are going to do. Falspar, over to you.
Oh, bollocks. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, I will fly up out of the silence bubble.
Okay.
And then what I think I will do is I'll fly sort of closer to the center of the area.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I go 20 feet up to get out of the thing, and I'll go another. How much do I have? 40. Yeah, I'll go another 20 feet into the middle, so I'm just kind of above Freya-ish.
Okay.
And her not lion.
Not flying.
Her fox. And then I'll hold my action to cast Fairy Fire at Tatiana if she reappears.
All
so
right.
that she can't disappear again.
Cool. What's the range of Verify, just so I know? To the 60
It's
feet?
60 feet.
Cool. All
And it
right.
is a dexterity saving check with a pathetic DC.
Okay, awesome.
But we're giving it a go.
Freya.
Oh, and I can. I'm wondering because I have roguey bonus action stuff, but I don't really know if I can hide. I'll bonus.
There's not really a way to hide unless you literally went and hid behind either Freya or Phoenix.
Oh, it was
because I'm up
so
in the air, right?
good.
Yeah.
I can.
That was such a tone check.
Okay, I will use a bonus action to do Eye for Detail to
Okay.
see if I can see any like footprints or anything like that. Was she flying when she disappeared?
She was.
Could I have a free action, DM?
Hands.
Because she is currently under the influence of my hunter's mark.
Yes.
Do I get a sense of a direction?
Yeah, you get a sense that she has moved westward.
Somewhere.
I will shout that to Falspar. I will get the
West.
sense, and I will literally go and point in the direction she's moving, and try and like point my finger at it as she's moving to hopefully give him a bit more of a.
Okay, and I'll also use my bonus action Eye for Detail to see if I can see any movement of leaves,
Perception.
any movement on the ground.
Go for it.
That is a 18.
18. With the guidance from Reggie to look westward, you look and you're not sure for a second if it's just Oneirus's hair or if it's the leaves in the branches being pushed and moved. But you get the sense that that is where she is.
Okay, well I will release my Fairy Fire in that direction in a 20-foot area to try and catch closest to where I saw that.
So that will likely hit then Oneirus and Eros, if that's where you're aiming it.
It's creatures of choice, is it not?
Is it creatures of choice? In which case, don't worry about it.
What
I don't
fairy fire?
actually think it is. I think it's all
Pretty sure
creatures.
everyone.
Each object in a 20-foot cube, any creature in the area.
Yeah.
So I'll try and kind of, fuck it.
Tell me where you're centering it, and then we can see from there, because Eros might be out.
20 foot. Well, I think Eros probably is out. I was going to go if I'm centering it kind of above. I'm centering it kind of above and behind Anirius.
Yeah.
So he would probably get in the bottom of it, but Eros would definitely.
All right. So Anirius, I need a dex save from you.
Right.
Because I probably didn't even see him there anyway. It looks like a bush.
That's true.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
That is a 15.
15 saves.
Okay.
Yeah, I got an 18.
Yeah, that also saves. But
Okay.
so what happens is, Falspar kind of twists up into the air and he extends out his wings. And if you've seen the Marvel films, you know Tony Stark's wife's suit, you know how it kind of clicks up behind it? And then shoots, almost like fairy dust and glitter just comes pouring out of the surface of his wings and just envelops that whole area.
Love
Just
it.
glitter bomb them.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's great.
So
It's literally called fairy fire. This is where it comes from.
I love it. Yeah. So unfortunately, she manages to evade it. However, you've got a very sparkly looking tree right by them.
I mean, it is.
That's
And
what
it's
you
not
wanted.
me.
Big fan of those.
It is
Not
Christmas
an
after
era.
all. It is Christmas.
All right. If that's your turn,
Yeah.
Freya.
Okay. Freya, seeing the girl disappear, she is going to run to.
Just getting the fuck out.
Yeah, she's out of here, dude. Right. No, she's gonna run up to about here. And this is the dryad that has
No arms, yeah.
Hayden
Restrained. Yeah.
restrained. Okay, I am going to try. Was he restrained with like tentacle-y sort of things?
Listen.
Of course.
Listen. Yes, but listen. No, they're vines. The vines
Okay.
that restrained her.
So if I go 5 feet forward, I'm going to try and cut the vines.
You look at the vines. All right.
That sounds
Good
Roll
shot.
me an attack with your sword.
Is this
Okay.
the dryad with or without arms?
This is without arms.
That's
Without
all.
arms.
Okay,
Just
cool.
tentacles.
Now we're just so I know how dismembered this fucking child is going to be when we.
17
Also,
will
I,
hit.
Team?
I love how
will
it
hit.
said that it's an it's a non-lethal attack and it just rips her arms off.
I ripped her arms off.
You
You
Non-lethal.
almost killed it.
non-lethal
You
means.
almost killed it.
I mean, look,
Well,
if
we're
one,
supposed to knock it out.
yeah, if one child
Does a
doesn't turn
17
up,
hit?
I mean,
17 hits. So what I want to know is, are you trying to sever the vines, or are you trying to almost
Kill the
basically?
child.
Is it to do damage, or is it
Kill
to
the
set
child.
Hayden
No, it
free?
is to release Hayden.
Okay.
So yeah.
So in which case, what I will do is I'm going to allow Hayden attempt to break out with you assisting. So I'm going to give her
Okay.
advantage, just to kind of just do it free as part of. Just because I know you probably don't want to do damage to it.
you rolled like
Yeah,
2 nat
rolls
ones or
this group.
something. You've rolled
Sweet.
2 nat ones.
Wow!
Whoa.
Let's go.
I don't roll the dice. It still comes up nat 1. Like, oh.
That's
Wow.
your nickname.
Wow.
Why
You just
did I
can't
change
write
it?
it.
I wouldn't mind. She used to be a halfling. She's not anymore.
No.
Oh god.
So, if you would like to do the damage just to see if you can sever them just on its own,
Okay.
go for it. We'll probably have her end up tripping over like shoelaces being tied, but let me know the damage on the dryad.
That's 6.
6. Cool. Yeah, so you managed to sever the connection between the dryads and
She's still
Hayden,
tied up in
but
the
Hayden
vine,
is
though.
very much still
Okay.
tied up in the vine.
With that, I will put myself in between her and the dryad then. Just like that. And that is my go over.
Okay, awesome. Hayden kind of like stumbles over her feet, like trying to keep upright, and looks at you kind of like go front, and is just like, thank you. But Eros, over to you.
Shit.
Kill it.
Yeah, you have a turn.
Kill it.
Yeah, but I can't see what I want to hit, which is a problem. Okay, I am going to cast Spiritual Weapon
Yay!
as a bonus action.
Okay.
And I'm going to center it sort of behind Aneros, where I saw Valspar release his Fairy Fire.
Like I said, your spiritual weapon is a ticket, so I can't make it the
Paper
right
cut.
size.
Yeah.
It's going to give one hell of a paper cut.
Yeah. Yeah, the spiritual weapon is there.
And I'm going to hold a Sacred Flame for when she does
Okay.
appear.
Do you want to, upon summoning a spiritual weapon, attempt to hit something with disadvantage? Because you can hit as you summon, or are you going to wait?
Yeah, fuck it, we'll give it a go.
Here we go.
Why
All
not?
right, roll me with disadvantage.
Have you just thrown a brick across your room?
Yeah.
Like Dan, I also have metal dice. 7 plus 9 doesn't hit, does it?
It's not going to hit.
No.
16 now.
So yeah, your spiritual weapon swings, goes for a slash. Unfortunately, no paper cuts this time, but you are holding a sacred flame for when she appears. On that note, at the end of your turn, she
Yeah.
apparates into existence once more, and you can roll your sacred flame. No,
it's a
I roll.
dex save.
17.
Is my DC.
Oh.
Oh,
Cool.
Damn it!
Oh.
That's fine by me.
I'm gonna use up their resistances.
was it?
But she, wielding the staff still, despite the loss of her fingers, is going to attempt and strike out at Oneros from behind.
What the fuck did I do?
You're just kind of there, mate. um,
Wow.
That's
that is a... Oh no, disadvantage, because she got the fingers. That is a 15 to hit.
15 to hit. That just hits my armor class.
Ooh.
Oh!
Okay, so that is gonna be... Where's my dice? There we go.
Also, sorry, chat, if I sound weird. I have a cold currently. But
You're doing great.
So that's 15 points of bludgeoning damage,
oof.
and like a tuning fork striking metal,
Oh no, we don't want that.
14 points of psychic damage.
Ooh.
All right.
But that is her legendary action, and so Hayden, entangled, restrained, is going to... What's she gonna do?
Probably something dead suspicious to make me hate her more.
Would you stop this?
Why did you angry?
Listen, for context, in the Sunday game, Hayden is the character I play, and everyone thinks that she's up to some dodgy dealings, so, you know, that's super fun.
I mean, it tracks.
It is kind of with good reasoning, because she was always going to go full bad guy, but, you know, listen, we don't talk about that. So, Hayden had cast Hex on Titania last round, and sensing where she is going to, you see her take a sickle out from her waist. This purple crackling static pulses out, and she's going to fire 3 Eldritch Blasts over at Titania.
Yeah, do it.
That's my girl.
Do your thing.
Do your thing.
Hits.
Yeah, it does.
Just hits.
Go on,
Hits.
go. Go on, go.
Awesome. Okay, so that is going to be. Da, da, da.
Big eldritch damage.
Where's my? Hello. There. All right. So that is
Do your thing.
30 points of force damage.
Ooh.
Her movement is slowed.
Oh
As
yes.
she has a lethargic, blast. So you see,
Mhm.
as the eldritch. Oh wait, no. So it's 30 plus
Things.
We like plus.
41
Oh, I
points
don't.
of force damage.
They know what they're doing.
Uh,
They know what they're doing.
As just these bolts fire out from the sickle, encasing her, and almost like they almost seem to grasp onto her like those skeletal wings, slowing their movement, unable to properly push through the air.
We love to see it.
But she's still restrained, because that's just Hayden. But in response to that, she's going to use her final legendary action of this round to cast.
Don't do it.
You don't know what I'm doing.
Don't do it. Whatever it is, it's going to be
Yeah.
bad.
Good.
Like,
In general, there's a rule of thumb. Just don't do it.
Yeah, it's going to cyclically lash out at Hayden, who needs to make an intelligence saving throw, but she is a smart gal. A natural 20!
Let's go!
Okay, fine. However, she
Okay.
does
Hayden's a
take...
legend.
I like that. She's fine, but she does take 53 points.
No. She takes 4 points of psychic damage.
Oh, mate, she eats
but
4 points of psychic damage.
for
Oh,
breakfast,
breakfast.
1,000%.
Eating it. for
I mean,
breakfast.
she's a halfling. She has all the meals. Anyway, well, stupid Lord of the Rings reference doesn't even work. Anyway, top of the round, Reggie.
all the meals.
You fucking idiot! No way. They eat
Leave me
all
alone.
of the mail.
They
All of the
eat all
meals.
the
What the
meals.
fuck? What?
First, second, breakfast, all of lunch. 11's it. She's fucking in there.
She's in there. Reggie, go. I can save her from this humiliation.
So it's gonna be.
How many points of psychic damage do we take from that?
You'll
Also,
die.
they have Reg-
depend on Reggie
Wait.
to save us from
Reggie's
humiliation.
is no longer Big Reg as well.
I know
So
he's
Reggie
not. I
is
know he's not.
Back to little Reg.
Little Reg.
He's just a regular bunny.
I remembered I fucked up last time. This is at the end of your turn, but
Wait, what?
Huh?
This is at the end of my turn. Why are you getting dice ready
Do
now?
something good! Do something good!
Reggie runs away.
okay.
It's gonna have to be self-preservation, isn't it? Because otherwise I'm gonna get fucked up. Right, Reggie is going to teleport and swap out from. This is him currently.
You're still frightened.
I know.
No, that's not him frightened. You had to move your shadow.
Oh, I
echo
did.
last
So
time.
this is me, right?
Yeah.
Up
Yeah,
here.
you're back at the top.
Oh, then I'm fine. I'm gonna move this way, and then I'm going to.
Hide behind the tree.
I am going to do a cure wounds on myself because I am not looking good. Reggie's just kind of like fucking hobbling along, going ow, ow, ow.
Valid. It's valid.
Yeah, I got fucked
Has
up.
he
bro.
finally started hopping?
Now he has.
There it is!
Perception check to see
Yeah.
if he
Okay.
actually
So we need a
started
perception check.
There
So
it is.
that's 13. That's 13 points of healing. So it's not much, but it's better. I am now no longer in single digits. That's my action. Bonus action. Just need to measure this. Sorry, guys. Sorry. As I move, my thing will move. Sorry.
Okay.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
There it is.
That's me. There. Action, bonus action, movement. I'm good. There.
The static in your mind
Isn't there anymore.
pulses once more.
Good.
I'm gonna
She's got
die.
She's got concentration on it. This is what the concentration checks are for.
I know it is.
Um,
Don't.
You take 35 points of psychic damage.
Then what you see is my echo fucking dissipate and Reggie collapses down.
Oh,
He's out.
No!
Reggie's out.
Yeah.
Big oof.
Yeah,
that-
Reggie's down.
The spell ends.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. It did its job.
Reggie's down. Reggie's gonna R.I.P. Reggie in the chat.
It's not over yet.
Titania's turn.
Oh, never mind.
You had to say it.
Yeah, Titania is going to looking up at her now. You see that there is quite a bit of damage that has been done to her. So she looks down and she reaches out the long spindly hand missing 2 of its fingers and puts it to her chest, and you see this beam of light engulf her as she casts heal
Oh, balls.
on herself.
On
Oh,
herself.
that's like fuckloads of healing, isn't it? Just instantly.
That is
So
70 points of healing.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
come on!
my God, what is she? Eels are 6th level.
She's a bitch, is what she is.
It's a dickhead.
Oh, is
Be nice, guys. Be nice.
Heal is a 6th level spell.
it is. I'm sorry. I'm doing.
Math, DM math.
Yeah. Sorry,
But
not meta, but
Because-
just.
she's used that to kind of have a bit of a similar self-preservation turn. She is going to fly.
Oh, did I say cure wounds? I said heal when I did my
Yeah,
spell. Did I
You're a
say
paladin. You're a paladin.
Don't know if that one's gonna fly, buddy.
Why do I have a feeling like her movement's halved? Why do I remember?
Because of Hayden.
Hayden removed some, but I think from last session, it might have just been a temporary effect, though.
It was temporary, I think.
temporary. Cool. All right. In which case, she can only move about that much, but she is going
Was
to
she
fly.
flying when
Yes.
she attacked me? Damn.
She was like above the ground, yes, but she's lower.
Okay.
She's not 20 feet in the air, but she's within range. If you want to do a
Opportunity attack.
go for it.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
We get an opportunity attack, DM.
You would have done. He's in the same
Ah,
area.
Yeah, I think you would.
Great.
That's a dirty 20.
Just hits.
I'm going to use my Warcaster feat then, DM.
Nice.
Go on.
There we go.
What are you casting at her?
She would still be in melee combat at this point, though, wouldn't she?
Yeah, at that point, yes.
Yeah.
Inflict wounds then.
Let's go.
Let's
All
go.
right.
Pump that shit out.
I'm going
good.
to use my
You did-
inspiration
Okay. Fair.
to make that a 21.
Ooh.
Hits.
Where's the D10?
2 seconds. Aneris.
That's 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Nice. You don't have Sentinel or anything, do you? I don't think any of you have
no.
Sentinel. Cool.
No sentinel.
All right, Eros. What's the damage?
Error on our part.
22 necrotic damage.
22
That's good.
necrotic damage.
That's good.
Okay.
We're knocking her back down.
Knocking her back down.
Let's go.
Yeah, you see as you kind of grasp your claws in, her frail frame begins to become even more sunken in as she pushes herself away from the blades and the claws striking in her
It
direction.
didn't look like she was resistant to that.
It did look like she was resistant to
Oh,
that.
she did.
Oh.
It had an effect,
Oh.
but
Fucker!
She needs to die like very soon.
Like now. Like right now.
And what? She's moved closer to Reggie. What's he done?
you are the one who pissed her off first.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
mean, there's only one thing you can do with a brace of conies.
What's Titus, precious?
Potatoes.
We're now at initiative count 20.
Clash.
And
Stuff happens there.
once more.
Is it not me?
No.
I don't think he's
No,
gone yet.
initiative count 20, so we're...
Oh wait, yeah, you're just after Titania. Yes, it is you.
Yeah.
I had my
Right.
thing scrolled too far that way. I
Cool.
didn't see you.
No worries. Let's see. Okay, here's
I
a
would
weird
say at
one.
this point, only Oneris and Freya, and Freya only just about can see that Reggie is down because he tucks himself behind a tree.
Right. So here's a weird one for you, DM.
Another weird
We
one.
love
Go on.
Could I use my movement to get here
Mm-hmm.
and hold my action for a jump and my swipes with my rapier as my golem runs and sort of chucks me?
Oh, I mean, you
yeah.
guys basically go together, so I will absolutely allow you to do that.
Nice.
You
Nice.
go together. So
So
normally, if you're holding, you'd sacrifice your extra attack, but because your goes are pretty much simultaneously, go for it.
yeah, could you move my golem
Oh,
to
yeah, sorry.
the square?
And Nero's got inside his Megazord.
So basically, Oneros starts running, and as a bonus action, he's gonna strum a little bit on his lyre and cast Healing Word as a bonus action
Okay.
on Reggie.
Yeah!
We'll check the
Oh.
distance. Yeah, you're in. Yeah, absolutely. Go on.
We go again.
We go again! Reggie just gets up and goes. just lies there, like pretends to be dead.
Reggie, like your brain had just been static, and then it was nothingness, drifting into this sweet embrace of unconsciousness, and then all of a sudden you just hear a part of a riff of "Welcome to the Jungle" that has been playing this entire time.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're back awake, and then you're like, "Oh shit!"
You start hearing the sort of solo
Yeah,
bit of it rip off, and you get 11 hit points back.
Oh, sick.
there we go.
Okay.
That was nice.
And then he'll keep running, swing his lyre onto his back, take out his rapier, and jump as his iron golem is just gonna boost him up.
I
Yeah,
want you
sick.
to just roll me an acrobatics check just to see how well you execute this.
I mean, sure thing.
Let's go.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah!
Wait.
Have advantage. Have advantage on the first strike down. Go.
Okay,
Whoa.
cool.
She's not expecting this maneuver. You seamlessly, like the golem bends down to give you a knee to propel you up. You jump. He then further boosts you and almost like a volleyball pushes you upwards, and you go to strike down.
Let's go.
So,
Big damage, big damage.
that's a 24 on the first one.
To hit. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna make this a because I can. I'm gonna make this a defensive flourish.
Yep. Roll that d8.
So
Uh,
good.
And I think, does maneuvers actually cost anything?
Nope. It's just a bardic inspiration die.
No, as in not flourishes, but battle maneuvers, martial.
Oh.
No,
No.
You can just do
You can
that.
just use
Do
them.
that.
think.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna use my my goading attack as well.
Okay. So is that a
Uh,
save, and then if she has disadvantage on everyone else?
Yeah, exactly. You need to make a. I wonder what the saving throw is. Dex.
It's the wisdom, isn't it?
It'd be wisdom,
Yeah,
which
Yeah,
she
wisdom save, yeah.
rolled a natural 20.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh,
So it just adds the die that I used. So it's let's see. So it's my rapier, which is a D8, which is 3 plus 5, so 8 so far, and there's
Mhm.
another
This bitch needs to die.
D8 for my defensive flourish, which is actually an 8.
Nice. So your AC boosts by 8 as well.
So good.
And then there's a D6.
Yeah.
Which is a 5.
Nice.
So good.
So that's 18 plus 5.
22?
Or 16 plus
23.
5, sorry.
I've got it. Yeah,
Oh.
all good.
For my first strike. Right.
Yep.
Cool. So next strike is, and this is just a straight roll. Right.
Yeah, just straight roll for this one. This one is you carve up and then as you're falling back down, you slash again.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a dirty 20.
Just hits.
So it just hits.
Doer.
For another
Little
D8
bard.
7 plus 5, so
12.
12. Yeah.
Nice.
I know I should probably have said this afterwards. Yeah, never mind. I didn't say it, so therefore it doesn't happen. But yeah, so that's my go. As I land, I sort of just
Love it.
take a little bow.
You land and the golem catches you in one of its large hands and you just kind of
That's fucking
Nice.
sick.
So good,
And-
bro.
And she's
Oh,
still
the
flying,
dreams.
right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But she
Yeah.
does need to make. No, she doesn't. She doesn't. The concentration's gone. It's all good. Spell's gone.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand there and with my rapier and just go. Bring it.
Nice.
Nice.
So nonchalantly, like,
Bring
Cool.
it.
let's
I
go.
don't care. This is an archfey.
Let's go.
Nothing. This is nothing. All right, Natalie, you were going to say something now. Are you all right? Everything good? I thought you were
enjoying
gonna-
it.
Okay.
No.
I thought you were like. I was like, oh, okay. What have I missed? Okay, cool. Anyway, sorry for pointing you out there. But yeah, initiative count 20. You see once again the waters begin to gloss over.
I hate this.
Oh, sorry, DM. I just realized something.
I can do more
Add-
damage.
Add +6 on that as well because of my gambler's blade.
Yes, because you've set it to +3.
Yeah, so
haven't you?
it's +6 total. It's
Cool.
set to 3.
Got it. Cool. All right.
Cool.
That's great. Lucian,
Wasn't me.
mind
Okay.
clear. What are you doing?
So is that
Cool.
is the silent circle not up then?
Concentration disappeared, so who cast it?
It was
Eros.
It
Is it
was-
still up?
Eros.
I haven't dropped it yet.
You haven't, okay.
Another concentration spell. I mean,
Although you
Probably
did
not a
not
bad
hold your
thing.
action for Sacred Flame, which is concentration as well.
Yeah, it
right?
is, yeah.
Ah,
Sacred Flame's not concentration.
No,
No,
but
because
to
if
hold
you're
an
holding
action
an
is.
action-
Oh, to hold an action. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so the silence would be dropped.
Silence is gone.
Cool.
How the hell do I get rid of this thing?
See the little paintbrush? If you click,
There you
Got
go.
it.
Yep.
Got it.
All right.
Oh, good.
All right. So, all right. All right. So with sort of sound and everything coming back together, he's going to stay where he is. Well, move slightly this way, and all 4 Lucians are going to line up in a row, and sort of like, what's it called? You know when people sing in harmony, what's it called? What are they called?
quartet.
Are they doing the YMCA? Like,
Basically, because they all sort of do that, and I'm going to use my last sorcery point to cast Twin Spell and do Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
So each one of
twin
them-
spell
Wait.
Eldritch
It
Blast.
just fires off in a very neat row as all 4 of them come out of each hand.
Pew pew pew.
That's so sick.
why do I feel like you're the benchmark of all flavor and of spells, Dan? Like, that is insane, man.
Like when synchronized dancers dive into a pool.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Pretty much.
All right. Roll all
So
those Eldritch
sick.
Blasts. Let's go.
Cool.
Or Eldritch Blast.
Let's see if this works. So the first one is that's only an 18.
Nope. Misses.
Yes. That one is a dirty 20.
Just hits.
Just hits. Beautiful. That is a 26.
Hits.
That was.
And that's a natural 20.
Let's go! Chunky crits!
Nice. All right, just roll the non-crit stuff first. Get that under your belt.
So 2 non-crits, 1 crit.
Yeah.
One
One
miss.
miss, 2 hits, and a crit. So the first one is 7 plus 4, so that's 11.
11.
Plus, and I keep forgetting I've got this, an extra 3 fire damage for Ifrit's Rage. It's part of my genie thing. I can just do fire damage whenever I want.
Nice.
So that one
Good
is
to know.
that was that one. That's a 14 plus 3, so that is math 17. What was that?
17.
Yeah. And then
Holy
so this
hell.
will be chunky crit time.
This is chunky crit time.
Crit time. 8 plus 1, so that'd be 9.
18.
Huh? Oh yeah, of course you rolled the first one, don't you? Yeah. So
We
that'd be
double
18.
all the dice, don't you?
Of course, so that's 18 plus 4, so that's 22 plus 3, that's 26. That's the chunky crit one, so I need to roll a 20 for that, don't I?
Roll a 20 for that.
Let's go.
That's a 16.
That sounds good. 16's high. We definitely need to get a D100 crit table.
So, narrowly avoid the foe's counter-strike, inflict the normal damage, and make another attack roll with the same attack. If the second attack hits, you inflict additional damage of 1d6 plus original damage.
So I'm rolling another
one
attack.
more
So you
Eldritch
can
Blast.
roll another Eldritch
So you
Blast.
just pump another one out.
Yeah,
That's
it's
so
like
sick.
boom, boom, boom.
That is a 21.
Hits.
To roll damage and then add a d6 to it.
Yeah, so it'd be a D10 and a D6.
D10 and a D6.
So sick.
Insane.
So that's
It's like the symbol on the Welcome to the Jungle room.
It's the top hat. There you go.
13 plus. I assume, do I have my modifier to that?
Yeah, it's your
Yeah,
normal
yeah.
damage, which is your
Yeah. So 13 plus 4, that's more.
17.
Thank you. Plus an extra.
Oh,
Do I get an extra
Damn.
3 on that? My effort's rage?
Don't know how much you've just done. I think you've just done around 60 plus damage to this bitch in like one hit.
You have done 74.
Oh!
That's that heal gun. Nice work.
Oh! That's so good.
So yeah, as all the Lucians sort of come into alignment and just go, and like in one unison just fire off this volley of.
Yeah,
Fire
so
response. Yeah.
as you begin to fire, boof, 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 you hear in your mind, "Oh, I do love it when you do that, darling." And that final strike that comes from yourself feels empowered as you feel her almost like behind you, guiding your strike forward as that critical hit takes effect.
So good.
Well done.
They all sort of. They all
Warlocks, man.
Oh, I do love it when I do that as well. So it's just it's just 4 times over.
Nice. Incredible turn.
Jesus.
Holy shit. Okay, so the Dryads now are going to the one. I've lost one again. Oh, they're still over there. Okay, they're gonna keep making their way down here. But this one is going to take that staff and is going to look confused, look up, and Tiny kind of nods down at Oneros. And so it's going to walk over there and it's going to attempt to strike at you. But you can see in its eyes, if you pay attention, it's not in control of what it's doing. How do things? There we go.
What did you say?
How do things? That is a 23 to hit. Does that hit with your +8?
Yeah, that's
Does.
exactly my armor class.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
That's brutal.
So that is 9 points of bludgeoning damage,
Yeah.
and that's it. That's all it can do.
Oh, is that all it can do?
No, I don't buy that.
Is it a melee attack?
It is a melee attack.
How high up would you say that I am?
I mean, you've fallen back down. You're probably...
Because I was standing on this golem and he's quite high up.
He is high. I'd say you're about 6 feet off the ground.
6 feet off the ground. Okay, cool. Awesome. Just checking.
Okay.
So let's go.
I love how you want to imagine this massive robot. So they're not 6 foot tall, just stood on a hand.
I'm an iron golem. I'm basically standing on a.
Just another person, really.
Parapet.
Right. So the other dryad by Freya is going to attempt to do what it tried to do with the golem, and you see it look to you in panic, its eyes kind of twinkling in the light. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw. I think you have advantage to this, and you may even be immune to the effect. I'm not sure.
Oh, good to know.
Okay, so I'm just doing a wisdom saving throw. Yeah?
With advantage for you, yeah.
That's a 9. Or less.
9. Okay, so you regard the dryads as a trusted friend at the moment, and it needs to be heeded and protected.
Oh!
You're not under its control, but you do not see it as a threat right now. If you did before, it's kind of very much a self-preservation instinct.
Okay, that changes things, okay.
Okay.
So what effect is that? Is that a charm?
It's a charm.
Charmed.
It's a charm effect. I don't think you're immune to the charmed condition as an
I'm
Eldrin.
immune to sleep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not immune
yeah.
to the charmed condition.
I have advantage against being charmed.
Yeah, okay. So, as that kind of happens, you see it kind of jolt back in shock as all around you all hear explosions in the distance, light crackling through the sky. The fireworks display has begun.
Oh,
Do a Brennan! I had to do a Brennan!
Fucking. God damn it. God damn it. I was like, you have to be kidding me at that point. I was like,
But yes, you begin to hear the fireworks display going off in the background, and you see Titania looking round, agitated and seemingly extremely urgent to get to something that is imminent.
Well,
But-
she ain't gonna make it.
Falspar,
yeah.
you turn to her, and she looks fucked up,
Okay.
Do it.
clutching the staff barely in her hands.
Okay. I am going to take a moment, and Felspar kind of his posture in the air as his wings are holding him up. His leg almost goes out in front of him as he draws back the bow in a very long draw. I'm going to use a bonus action to steady aim,
Okay.
Yes.
and I'm going to shoot her.
All right.
Good.
And I still have, and I'm going to shoot her in the wrist of the hand that's holding
Okay.
the staff, the weak hand. I still have my insightful fighting, so
You do.
but I get advantage anyway, so I've got the attack. Okay, we're good. It's 13 plus 8, so it's 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, one of them was a 2. We're gonna get rid of that dice right now. Okay. Sorry, bear with me. 6s. I need a lot of these. So 6 points of damage plus 5, so 11 points of damage plus. Terrible. Plus 3. So 14 plus 10, so 24 points of damage.
Yeah.
Uh,
At her wrist.
How do you want to do this?
Okay, so this is interesting, right? So I'm seeing that she's very fucked up, but given what Falspar is all about, I'm not actually trying to kill her. I'm trying to remove her hand. I'm worried about her dying. I don't want her to die.
Oh, I do.
So I'm pulling out and dragging that thing back, and the bow almost bends the other way as I release the arrow. It kind of flexes back on itself, and it's just going to cut through cleanly along the wrist of the hand that's holding the gem.
Yeah. So typically the like an arrow to the wrist would likely just at that speed would likely just like chip it from the side, but your aim is so precise that it hits dead center of her wrist, and within an instant it lacerates out and her entire hand shoots cleanly off. The gem scattering to the ground.
Okay.
It lands around here as she flails out on the side before beginning to convulse, holding onto her arm in pain, like making an impossibly vicious screech as it leaves her mouth. But as you all look up, as this hand and gem clutched within it still go flying, her form begins to shrink. That scraggly hair begins to lift in volume once more, the seafoam green returning, and on the ground, falling, landing there in its place, minus a hand, is the original form of Titania that you saw.
So good.
But as this all happens, you notice the dryads themselves look to the gem on the ground before their form also begins to shrink.
Oh no!
Down.
No!
Let's see if he's got any arms.
You see one young Furbolg girl in front of you and Eros. You see a half-elven young boy over here, and you see here, with an arm distorted beyond anything that would be healthy, but they're still there, a young Furbolg boy. But not just that, you also hear the groaning of trees splintering open, and out from every single tree around,
Oh, this bitch.
a child steps
Oh
out.
no! She's proper Pinocchio'd them.
Is she dying?
They're all, instead of donkeys,
He's
they're all
lying
they're all
on
trees.
the ground, unconscious right now, without.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that's in front of me is the one that's hurt.
Yes.
Okay. Can I heal it?
Absolutely.
Are we out of combat?
We are now out
Okay.
of combat.
Reggie gets up and he'll walk over and pick the onyx gem up
Okay.
and check it over.
All right.
And then, in fact, after that, he's going to rush over to where Titania is and, like, just blink his Warhammer in, jump up, and go to swing down with his Warhammer.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Hang on. You've already picked up the gem. We are waiting to see what everyone else is doing.
Okay.
When I'd cast Cure Wounds on
Cure
this
Wounds?
dryad, this kid over me, I got 10 points.
10 points of healing to them. Amazing. Why
Awesome.
is Watch Together not working? There we go. So there's stillness in the air. Reggie, you've just picked up the gem. Freya immediately going to heal the Furbolg boy beside you. Hayden managed to finally escape the vines, grasping around before looking and seeing about 3 other children near you, and begins to kind of gesture them in, looking wide-eyed and frantic and unsure what's going on. Yeah, she's gone. Hold up. But yes, what is everybody else other than Reggie and Freya doing?
I'll fly down towards the gem, but sort of curving to go past Titania, as she lies on the floor.
Uh-huh. So as you go towards the gem, Reggie has picked it up.
Yeah, that's fine. But as I'm going past Tatiana, I'll just say, it was never meant for you. You could never sacrifice what Our Lady did. and I'll continue past. And then seeing Reggie picking up the gem, I'll just stop and stare and see what he's going to do with it.
Okay. Lucian, Eros, and Oneirus, what are you doing?
I'm going to sort of move towards Titania.
Yeah.
Once I get to about there, I'm going to spare the dying.
Okay. She is now stable again.
And I'm going to move my spiritual weapon, not knowing what's going to happen,
Okay.
sort of towards me and Oneirus.
Okay. Good stuff.
So Lucian's going to sort of, he's not going to flap so much as just descend because he's quite worn out. But as he does, he gives it sort of like a little sort of a twist. And as he does, the rest of the mirror images come in. But it's like flicking a pack of cards. They just sort of flatten and return to his form. And he just like comes to the ground and just goes like that as the last sort of folds come back into his form.
So sick.
Sort of shakes himself off a little bit, turns some hair back to a messy bun, and pulls the coat back onto himself, and he just makes his way over to Titania and sort of trying to be the friendlier one of the group, just sort of offers a hand and goes, "Are you all right? That was nasty business."
As Eros kind of casts Spare the Dying, she and looks around and sees all the children. She's just, I am so sorry.
I hope you can do something about this. And I point to the kid without the arms.
No, the kid has arms.
Just get messed up.
It was messed up and I healed it.
And now they're fine.
You want this way too much.
Yeah, you just want this on the shit child.
So, as Reggie rushes and scoops up the gem and flicks his warhammer into his hand, he runs and jumps and leaps in the air, lifting the warhammer above his head. And as he lands, and he will land directly at Titania, and just and then slam the warhammer down into the ground, like within a foot of where she is, and then just kind of like deep. And then just take his hand off the warhammer, leaving it embedded in the earth, and just turns his back on. And as he turns his back, he just kind of goes, "I knew all along it was you." And just turns to walk off.
As
Reggie standing right behind you, by the way.
He'll see the ticket behind him. I'll have moved it just in case he was going to strike her.
Okay.
Yeah, and Fastbar's actually also standing there, expectantly staring at you in the direction that you were about to walk off.
And Reggie, in your mind, as your hammer is going to strike down, you hear a voice that you've heard occasionally before, not often. You hear him say, "Leave her be. It is not time. Not yet. You can get your revenge, but not just yet.
And
My darling wife needs to recover for a bit."
Okay. And that's when I'll, instead of hitting her, I will slam the warhammer into the ground and take my hand off it and just leave it embedded in the earth and just kind of turn and just like start walking off back towards this direction here. So I'll be over here, but like right on the edge of the water, and I'll just be kind of like, now that the water's gone back to water, just be kind of staring at my own reflection in it.
Okay.
Fastbar will come up behind you. Hand it over.
We need to make
sure. You saw what it did to her. You shouldn't be here. Should be with our lady.
We best make sure that this gets into the right hands. Don't worry.
On the right hands. Reginald.
That may well be. And I'll just kind of like flick my hand, and as my hand flicks, the gem just into between two of my fingers, and I'll just hold it like up. Like up, like above my head, and I'll just be staring into the water.
You'll see Felspar and the reflection come up. Just pluck it out of your hand and put it in a
Quite big
satchel.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of in like a bit of a sling duffel bag now, kind of thing. I've got over my shoulder.
Mhm.
Look, I'm sorry. What? Sorry how it affected you. Should never have been this way.
I came here looking for answers, and I just needed to know which one of these fuckers it was. Now I know.
Now you
Kinda
know.
bit disappointed that it turned out to be her, though. Always heard good things. You know?
It wasn't her. And I'll fly off.
You fly off. Titania's
Back to the group.
Yeah. Titania's still on the ground. Yeah.
Is she at more than 1 hit point at the minute?
No.
I will walk up and do a 3rd level cure wounds.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You're fine. You're not dead. I told you, I can help out those who are dead.
Stab
Just
myself
in a
with the
much
sword
more
now.
threatening
So, due to grave cleric bullshit, I
Mhm.
don't need to roll.
Nope, you don't. You do max. So what is 3rd level max?
28.
Sick.
28 points back.
Wonderful description.
Due to Crave Cleric bullshit, this
It
episode
just
is sponsored by Crave Cleric bullshit.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah, absolutely. So 28 hit points back to her as she kind of breathes in, the kind of the stub of her arm cauterizing over.
As I cast it, I sort of clutch the amulet, and you'll see the scales just sort of balance themselves back level.
Nice.
Sick.
Love it.
Nice.
I love it. Okay. At this point, I don't know if Freya's going to be doing similar, but Hayden's essentially trying to corral the children.
Yeah. Her focus would definitely be much more as soon as she's cured this child, so and seeing the other children appear from the woods, she would spend that she's dissipated Phoenix and is just focusing on calming and gathering
They
children.
all predominantly seem confused rather than anything. And the Verbolg child who you just healed, she kind of looks up to you and goes, what happened? What did you do? My arm feels all tingly.
You looked a bit hurt there. So I made it better. Don't worry about it.
Where's my dad?
Your dad's dead.
No, we made your dad. He's waiting for you. We will get you back to him shortly.
Okay. And kind of there's just like a small cluster of children, probably about 12 or 13 children now, kind of all standing around you. And you spot within the crowd of children that same fiery red-haired girl with the long elven ears that you saw earlier. You don't have that same association, but you recognize the face. It is that girl, but it's not the same person.
Right, okay.
Like, you have no sense of connection, but it just kind of makes your eyebrow raise slightly. But
Yeah.
Hayden is also kind of, she's about the same height, if not shorter than these children. And she's kind of, listen, she's 3'3", okay. She's kind of ushering them all together, and is kind of just reassuring them, making sure. Now, I know this has been a very exciting time. You all went to the maze, didn't you? And they were like, yeah, we really like. It sounded so cool, and we got to be heroes, and we got to fight away all these monsters. And then Hayden goes, right, well, I'll tell you what, something really exciting is that we're all going to go back to the carnival, and we're going to get some like candy apples. How does that sound? We're going to have a really good time. We're going to find your parents. We're going to have Evan.
I didn't do anything.
There was a Discord message just then saying Hayden equals size of Hannah. It's what that was. Anyway, Hayden's just reassuring them. You've got them all kind of calmed down, and Hayden.
We won't be going back through that maze to get out of here, right?
I came because I sensed that some ticket packs were being breached, so I came to where the ticket pack breaches were, and then I saw that. And now my lady's on the ground without a hand, and there are a lot of children here, and I sensed something was off, but I'm not exactly the most insightful person, so I didn't really realize the extent.
Well, you may not think you're insightful, but you did a lot, and we appreciate you turning up when you did.
Yeah, thank you for getting in the way of the attacks. Anyway, I need to go check on Titania. I don't really know what's happening. Have you got these guys just for now? I'll help in a second. And she kind of comes to join the rest of you around Titania.
Mm-hmm.
And she kneels down in front of Titania. Yeah, Eros?
Eros will have seen Reggie sort of standing on his own. Eros will have come up and just put one large hand on Reggie's shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
How about that talk over a drink?
That sounds good to me. I just have to say, though, we ain't gonna do none. We're getting fey drinks. We're talking cocktails that make your ass glitter. Listen, you come into my world, I'ma treat you right. But you're paying, because I didn't bring no fucking money. And he just kind of turns and just kind of leaves it stood there and kind of walks away.
Are there any other types of cocktails in the Feywild?
None that are any good.
You see Eros reach for a coin pouch. Don't think they accept this here.
Fuck no, but I do. As he just carries on walking away.
Okay. Titania at this point is kind of groggily getting to her feet. Graceful.
Often offered her a hand at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the one hand she now has, she goes to grab and lifts up and just stands. She's probably about your height, Lucian. Like she's fairly tall, and she's just kind of looking at everyone, this guilt and upset, and she looks to Falspar. I know that you are right. I understand now. I'm Scottish. What she did. I understand.
Sorry about your hand.
It's okay. Sometime I might be able to grow it back.
If you got any sense, you'll leave it like that for a little bit longer as a reminder.
All right, so let's not
put it where it doesn't belong. My lady.
You're probably right. You hear the fireworks continuing in the background, and you know that this means that the big top performance is due to start soon. And Titania gets up, looks around, and looks at the children. Don't worry. I promise they will be okay. And she, with a gush of her hands, teleports you all back to the carnival
I
itself.
slash her throat. I'm kidding.
This whole time, I've been the queen of air and darkness.
Politics.
But yeah, so she teleports you all to the carnival proper. You all arrive outside. There are a fair few parents seemingly waiting. The word seemed to have gotten out that a hunt was on for, like, a search party was on, not a hunt. A search party was on for the children.
Oh no, it was definitely a hunt.
And there are
Not hunting for kids, come on.
there are celebratory reunions, parents crying, embracing their children. Some of the children, though, are looking around and do not see their parents in the crowd, including the redhead little girl.
Oh no. Anyway,
But-
The other bones in the slime.
On that note, we are going to take a bit of a longer break after successfully defeating an archfey at level 8.
Let's go.
Fucking
Nicely
hell.
done.
Do we get to level up for the last 2 hours?
Sure. You want to spend the break doing that? Go for it. But that is going. We're going to take a quick break. Dan, do you want me to pass over to you to?
Sure. So, guys, as Hannah said, we're just going to have a bit of a quick break. For those of you that weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we have the new campaign starting next Tuesday. It's the main campaign. We know that you guys are eagerly anticipating that coming out, and you've been asking us for lots of details. As part of that, what we're going to be doing is releasing weekly recap videos. There's 5 in total, so running right up until New Year. 1 per week, to kind of recap and give you guys a background as to where the new characters have been, what they've been doing, and just as a bit of a sneak peek, we're going to show you a little bit of the first video. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in, let's say, 10-15 minutes, but get your eyes on this.
Woo!
So, you wish to hear the tale of the fallen. Very well. Our story begins like any other, in a simple village in a relatively unassuming part of the Sword Coast called Lakeside. Though picturesque, the village had been beset by bandits, raiding and pillaging their stores. But where there are troubles, would-be heroes are sure to follow. Captain John Asser, the village leader, had sent out a notice requesting warriors for hire, and the call was soon answered. First to arrive was Jove, a rough and ready half-orc warrior. It was there that he met Sen, a mysterious warforged of single-minded duty. Next to arrive was a blue dragonborn in a shining plate armor emblazoned with symbols of the Platinum Dragon, and introduced himself as Vito Bonacera. Perched on a nearby fence, a nervous but determined owlin by the name of Feathers watched on. And finally, arriving last but with little urgency, a well-to-do half-elf gentleman named Clovis Crowley. As the captain briefed the newly acquainted team, it was clear that the troubles facing Lakeside were not limited to the outlying fields and storehouses. Another local village to the north by the name of Belloc had also come under threat, and guards that had been dispatched by John Asser to reinforce them had not been heard from in days. With loose bearings and unfamiliar companions, the 5 of them set off toward the last known location of the bandits. And eventually, with some teamwork and the use of Jove's natural hunter instincts, they located their camp. The bandits were promptly dispatched, with each member of this newfound mercenary group confidently displaying their prowess in battle. When the bloody work was done, their investigations unraveled a new thread. A letter with instructions emblazoned with a sigil that seemingly held some meaning to Clovis, though he was not forthcoming as to why. Having returned what stolen goods they could, the party with the newly acquired wagon and horse that had been gifted from John Asser headed north to the village of Belloc. Arriving at dusk, they were met with plumes of smoke rising from a once sleepy village, now under direct assault. As they approached, they were met with scenes of a massacre. Bodies, rubble, fire and ruin greeted them, along with a host of kobolds, who tried to repel the newly arrived reinforcements with little success. A single warrior of Belloc had survived, and introduced himself as Edredor Greyhaven. Still shaken by trauma, he recounted the attack and the capture of his family. These were no mere opportunistic bandits, but a great horde that now seemed to be heading towards the town of Greenest in the north. The party agreed that Greenest must be warned, and Edredor offered to guide them along a less trodden path that might allow them to reach the town in time. As they gathered themselves, the sight of an individual wearing a strange silver mask prompted Clovis to reveal that he had recently run afoul of a similar group, known for worshipping dragons. Riding fast along the roads and underbrush, with Edredor as a guide, the party travelled deep into the night, and as dawn broke and morning greeted them, they were met with an all too familiar sight: fire and smoke. Scorched skies, screams and shouts of a town under siege forced them to act quickly. They threw themselves upon the attacking horde, guiding what villagers they could safely away from the encroaching forces. Kobolds and silver mask cultists in great numbers burned and slaughtered with intemperance alongside ferocious draconic beasts. Realizing that it was a battle they could not win, the party rallied with the people of Greenest and ran for the keep in the centre of town. Within the relative safety of the walls, the guard captain received their warning and brought them before the governor, the Lord of Greenest, Governor Nighthill. It seemed he too had underestimated the forces that were now upon him, and climbing the ramparts he looked out on his town in horror as he saw it burn. But all hope was not yet lost, as Nighthill expected some people may have survived and may be taking shelter in the city's temple nearby, but many innocents had already been slaughtered, and in a moment of guilt and desperation, Clovis produced what seemed to be an enchanted scroll that would allow him then to contact the attacking forces and request their demands to prevent further carnage. The rest of the group, realizing his treachery, raised arms against Clovis, demanding answers. All except Jove, who, despite the unwelcome surprise, respected the half-elf's honesty in the face of his own mistakes. Before any resolution could be reached, however, a single word rang out and sent a shiver through all within the keep. Breach! Turning their attention to the more urgent matter, they all rushed to the gap that had newly formed within the walls of the keep. Shoulder to shoulder with the dwindling forces of Greenest, they fought back wave after wave of aggressors in the top of the ramparts. Feathers and Clovis spotted something that would prove their situation more dire than they first anticipated. An enormous blue dragon.
we just picked up. We're going to pick up where we left off, where you've all, including the children, have been teleported into the carnival. Fireworks in the air, creating ambient noise around. And speaking of, let's change this up a little bit.
Party time.
After all that, I feel like if happy music comes in, it's going to be like bittersweet. Like
we're at the circus, baby.
But
Reggie's eyes flick red, and he just goes on a murder spree.
The fireworks are in the distance. Everybody's looking up into the sky, watching the wonders unfurl. Before you see, just as you land and kind of take bearing of the situation, the finale, the extravaganza, seems to be taking place, implying that soon the big top performance is going to commence. Titania looks at you all, checks that everybody is safe, and just goes, I will be back. Please come see the show. It's going to be a bit impromptu, but the show must go on, I suppose.
One small thing.
Yes?
I don't know whether this was your plans or whatever that plans was, but got a couple of aberrations here.
Do we?
In the
Yeah.
unicorn tent.
Now I have to say I do love a unicorn, but whatever you have in that tent there is not no unicorns, and I have to say that I am mildly disappointed, and I would like to see some unicorns.
So there isn't any unicorns?
Hells no, they are some weird aberration things.
They're not unicorns.
Nope. And now
Solaris
I think this is
told
something.
me that there would be unicorns.
Well, you point me in the direction of this Solaris, and I will have a quiet word with him myself.
Right.
You don't have quiet words.
Well, that's
I just kind of lean into an arrow. She doesn't need to know that.
that's not ideal. That was part of the show. Right. You all get a drink. Enjoy the rest of the fireworks. I will be in there. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
I just kind of look at Freya and be like,
Can I find a stick and put on on Reggie's head and pull him up him into a horse? No.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Freya's gonna lose her shit if you do that.
But yes, so you've got joyous reunions going on around, the fireworks high in the sky. Some children, though, are kind of looking around. Hayden very much kind of taking them in, and I'm just like, I'm sure we'll find them. Listen, just we head in, they'll know where we are if they come looking for you, okay? And I will make sure that I'm posted outside in case I need to direct them to where you are. And they all kind of are looking up and like, okay.
Freya's going to...
Do you know what?
Sorry, go on.
If you want, you can. I mean, I'm sure my friends are okay if you sit with us, right, guys?
I actually have a date with a young Dragonborn fella who promised me a drink. But
All right,
sure,
well-
they can sit with us.
I'm not that young.
I look over to Hayden. I'm like, I might be able to help get attention towards lost children.
Yeah?
And I create a puff of like cloud appears in my hand, and I blow it, and it goes upwards, forming the words, "Lost children, please see here," with an arrow. Appears in the
And a
sky.
small drawing of the big top tent.
That's amazing.
The only appropriate usage of Skywrite I have ever seen.
So
I mean, it was worth a level up,
good.
right? Like,
100%.
Absolutely.
good.
That amidst the fire, it's almost illuminated and made brighter by the fireworks going on. This message to come find the children if they so need. And Hayden kind of looks up and goes, "That was a good shout. I think that's amazing. Okay, So Titania's going to do that. I need to check that Artemis has got all the X ready. This is really not ideal, but everybody's expecting a show, so I guess a show is what we're gonna do.
The no show
I have
prepared.
a suggestion.
Sorry?
I mean, if you need an opening act,
I was actually gonna ask if you would close us out.
I mean, sure, yeah.
I would be honored. I haven't been on stage for a long
I
while.
cast silence. Not even joking. I'm casting silence.
Ada just kind of looks at you and goes, thank you. Yeah, Reggie hasn't even noticed that he's been silent.
No. Reggie's just carrying on, and then he's just like,
Oh, yeah, I'd be honored to close us out.
I'll let Titania know. Right, I'm gonna go check in with the acts. You guys should have time for another drink, and then we will go on with the show.
Lucian's going to pull out the coconut from his pocket that he took from the bar from earlier, and because it's a never-ending glass of daiquiri, he just sort of like drinks it down. Is Titania already gone?
Titania, as is walking off, you see her just about to go into the tent.
So, one message straight to Titania as he's drinking. He's not sort of letting on to anything. He's just sort of drinking quite merrily. He just talks to her. He goes, when all is said and done, I need to speak with one of your acts. The stalwart Bloom. She is someone I need to see, if you wouldn't mind arranging that for me.
Absolutely. I can arrange that. You've done enough for us. I will talk to her now.
Thank you. And even with one hand, you're still one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my entire life.
You see her just kind of like flick her hair over the shoulder just as she
With the stump.
leaves. Yeah, just as she leaves through the tent. Like she's well aware of how attractive she is.
Oh, I know she is. I just
Sorry, man.
after that one, he's going to take another drink and then send a message straight to Eros. And just sort of staring middle distance, not quite to him, he's taking another sip and just, I gave you that ring for a reason, you know. It's meant to do something. You know what? You felt it.
On that note, Eros looks down at his wrist, suddenly remembering that he has this.
Yeah.
In the middle distance, you just see him just shake his head like,
Jewelry is not my thing. I'm going to use the wish to wish that a copy of Dan's coconut goes into everyone's hand.
Nice. I will allow that 1,000%.
That's cute.
Amazing use of the wish.
Good.
A second.
Steve, word it for me properly.
Or I wish that Dan's coconut would multiply.
Who's
into
coconut?
Various. Dan's coconut.
No, who's coconut?
Who's coconut?
Oh, Lucian's coconut.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. Verisimilitude. That's what this group stands for.
Yep.
And apparate into everyone's hand.
As he makes the wish, Lucian's eyes glow for a second, and he just looks to Eros and says, "Your wish was granted." And then just in everyone's hands, coconut daiquiris.
Is my one tiny? Is my
No.
one a tiny coconut?
No.
It's appropriate.
It's a huge one. No, it's an appropriate size for a fairy.
Tiny coconut.
You got
Awesome.
a tiny little coconut. And Lucian, in your head, you just kind of, it's not even in your head, you just feel a contented sigh of, that's how to have a good time.
As the bangle sort of melts away from your arm and just sort of reappears back around his, he's just going to sort of look to you with a sly grin like, well, I've seen them used worse.
Freya's gonna drink deep and just she starts singing, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Just stand a little bit closer, please, everyone. Just. All right.
Drinks have only just been served. If we're starting this now, fine, but
Just
we might want to go somewhere.
bear with me.
These children are
All
about
right.
Hopefully, you don't die.
What?
As I do that,
Wait,
Or
wait.
at the start of the fusion.
Valspar doesn't flinch.
I hold on to the amulet and sort of hold out one hand, realizing that's not going to work. He sort of brings it back and breathes smoke and casts Mass Cure Wounds through the smoke.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
You do have to roll for this because they're not dead.
No,
No grave cleric bullshit today.
I mean, it would help if you were. Just saying.
Just saying. You guys just drop unconscious for a minute.
Just for a sec.
8, a 1, and a 2.
11.
That's 11 plus 4 is
15.
Each.
Each.
You take
Everyone gets
those.
15.
Nice, thank you very much.
15 each, yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
You just see Lucian breathe deep through his nose, and then it just sort of seeps out of his eye because he wasn't hurt at all. There was nothing wrong with him. He was fine. He just looks at you and she goes, "That's good stuff." Have more.
After this, Reggie's going to walk away from the group a little bit.
Okay.
Just till he's out of what he would determine as out of earshot.
Here it comes.
Here it comes.
prepare yourself, Stoots.
Yeah, and he taps his chest.
Yep.
Captain's log, Fade 8, 643.25.
Still in the silence mode. No.
He's walked out now.
My mission here has been a resounding success. I'm glad to report that everything has been taken care of hunky-dunky. I'll report back soon. Captain out. Tap his chest and just kind of shrug a bit and then walk back. For those of you... Yeah, go. Can we
You
tell
walk
them?
back. You hear. Captain?
No!
Captain?
No, I don't! No!
Captain, I've been trying you for eons now. Captain?
You all see, if any of you look, Reggie drops to his knees. What? Sarge?
It's just me left, Captain. I tried. I managed to get away.
Don't know how long I have waited to hear your voice. Where are you?
I don't know. I made a burrow, like you told me. I've been keeping safe. Keeping out of sight.
I trained you so well. Oh my god. You just stay right there. Hunker down. I'll be with you as soon as I can. We need to
Sarge
rebuild.
out.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Motherfucker made a rabbit hole.
Oh my god. That's so
Yeah,
good.
Got me a bit there as well, I'm not gonna lie.
So,
And
you...
Reggie will stand up, just kind of go. Oh. And just kind of walk back and just go. And as he walks past, gets to whoever is first in that group, he's going to pick their daiquiri up, slam it back and hand it back to them and be like, oh my god. I have just had possibly the greatest news that I've had in some time.
Are you okay there?
I'm quite possibly the happiest I've been in a long time.
Well, do tell. What's got you so riled?
Well, I haven't quite been honest with y'all. I came here for a reason. I hold no allegiance to either court. Doesn't matter to me who rules this realm. I was a part of the Air Force, acting commander as such, and we were out one day on patrol, and we were ambushed, and we were set upon by multiple foes, and it seemed at the time to be a coordinated attack, not just a random occurrence, and I thought I lost everyone. It was a massacre. It was quite possibly the worst day that I've ever had in my life. And seeing them all fall, I had to... You see, I ran, but not out of cowardice, but we have one rule, and one rule only, really, in the Air Force, is that, above all else, it continues. And I thought I was it. It was just going to be me, and I just heard back from one of my friends, and he's alive.
Well, that's wonderful.
Now that is something to drink too.
Yeah. You're damn right.
Yes.
Do I what?
Do you know where he is?
Oh, he's holed up in a burrow somewhere. I'll be able to track him. It'll be fine. See, what we do is we make ourselves intricate tunnel systems below the surface, and we can go miles without really coming above ground. As soon as I find one hole in, you best believe that I'll find him. It shouldn't.
I'll look over at Lucian when he says, "As soon as I find one hole in," and I'll just go.
As he does that, it's like, it's not a bad rule to live by.
Well, I have to say that I do have pressing business to attend, but I'm sure that we can spend some time and enjoy the festivities. I would not leave without first seeing your show, Aneros, and that's why we have some unfinished business to take care of too. Making sure that gets in the right hands.
It will.
Okay.
Would any of y'all like a cigar? I have plenty. I don't know if any of y'all partake, but they are quite nice. And
Actually, I did mean to ask you about those.
I'll see if I have like a smaller one. Hold on. And like I'll go in and like fish 3 or 4 out and like offer them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll just give one a smell, and do I sense that it's very much not of the Fey realm again?
Yeah, very much. But also roll me a history check.
Good at those. Here we go. Something that I've only got a +1 in finally.
She's found your weakness.
7.
7.
Hey, I rolled less than a 10. Finally.
Somewhere in the material realm, you sense these are from. But despite not knowing, based on examining the cigar, your eye catches the box within which they are contained, and you see Drusar cigars, Marquesian delicacy, on the box.
I'll have to pay it a visit.
I'll light mine and offer my match to anyone else that's having a cigar.
I will refrain from that, but thanks for the offer.
You see Eros just breathe fire to light his.
Nice.
All right.
Can I throughout this whole thing, Felspar has been scanning the area far and close for any sign of Bryn, Demisa, and Teredes.
You're looking out for them, but you don't see them outside here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. But I'm sticking with these guys for now. I'm just keeping an eye out for them if they've managed to make their way back.
Mm-hmm. No worries.
Is the not halfling still here? I've got a name.
Hayden's just gone inside to sort the act out.
The Skywrite sign, is anyone responding to that as we're looking around? Do we see people gathering?
So after a bit of time and you guys are kind of enjoying your cigars and Reg's just had this news, you do see the couple that Falspar spotted right up front. They seem to be looking up and trying to figure out where it's pointing to. And this was the halfling and the elf right at the start. And they are kind of looking up. The halfling, like, think very much Kima and Allura kind of relationship. The halfling is very much providing a sturdy grip, as the elven woman is kind of like frantic and trying to find it. And you see there's like short benches outside of the big top itself, and one of the children, a small elven looking girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, kind of hops up and she goes, Moms, and dashes towards them and just leaps into their arms, and they just start crying with happiness and spinning her around. And yeah, it's just it's definitely having an effect. However, it might be gradual and slow, and it might take some time, but it does seem to be getting the word out there.
And it makes it all worthwhile, don't it?
It's good to see. Children shouldn't be separated from their parents.
It's always fulfilling bringing someone home.
When they want to, Felspar, when they want to.
See, as Falsar says that, like, a little tear forms in the corner of Reggie's eye, and he's like, "You damn fucking right."
How much time do we have before the show starts?
At this point, you notice that the fireworks are beginning to dwindle, and there is a murmur going around the crowds outside. And from the big top, you see the tiefling individual you saw right at the start with Hayden step out from the big top. A major image of big top performance now spanning across the entrance of the tent, and they say, "Now, darlings, I know it's been a very eventful evening, but do give us your attention for the big top performance. So if you would all make your way inside, I know we have a particular special box for some new friends of ours," and looks to you all clustered together. "But if you would please follow me," and does an elaborate bow, this long sleeveless coat kind of whipping up around, tail kind of flicking out from behind, and just kind of bows and gestures everyone inwards, and everyone begins to gradually mill around. Do you all choose to follow?
How's Falspar's flower crown looking?
I dunked it.
Yeah, you walked it in the maze. At the moment, you're doing okay. It's a little bit wilty in a couple of areas, but in general, it seems to be okay.
I left it a bit long the first time.
Yeah, a little bit. You were very close. But yeah, there were two of you who did not obey the pact. But it looks like Hayden's being a bit easier with it.
I was pretty convinced that if you didn't obey the pacts, you just die. Because that's a very Fey thing.
It is a very Fey thing. It's also Hayden issuing the pacts, and there's
fair
stuff
is.
about Hayden that with pacts that, you know.
Yeah.
Fair.
Are there any children left, or are they all sort of...
There are 3 children left at the moment.
Split them up evenly.
Is one of them...
Half each.
Wow.
Boys.
Wow.
I think you found my line. Well done.
Is one of them the redhead child?
One of them is the red-haired child.
Okay.
seeing as they are sat by themselves, Lucian's going to sort of look to him and go, I would feel more comfortable if I waited for these children to find their parents. So go in, enjoy, do what you do, and I'll catch up.
Can I insight check Freya?
He's put the drink away because he knows it's appropriate. I'm just...
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. You cut out. I thought you'd finished. Sorry.
Yeah, he's put the daiquiri away to.
Oh, okay,
It's not appropriate for children.
Can I insight check Lucian to see if you actually will join us later?
Yeah.
With Lucian.
After everything we've been through, we still don't fucking trust each
I
other.
need to edit a video with the amount of insight checks that have been on party members for this. It'd be insane.
Hey, man. It's one of my big skills.
What did you get?
I got 28.
So
Okay.
what is that against anything, or is that just what they see from me?
No,
I got
this is
It says
Falspar
me.
on Freya, and Eros is going against you. So Eros, what did you roll?
I got a 26.
This is kind of more of a passing glance because you're not actively trying to deceive or persuade in any way. It just, does he believe that you'll rejoin with them later?
I mean, there's no reason, from what he's been talking about, there's no reason for him to think he wouldn't come back. He just genuinely seems to want to make sure that these kids aren't just left outside a circus on their own.
Yeah.
You see Freya is concerned, but there is something about the redhead child that is intriguing her or worrying her. There is something there, but she doesn't even know. So, yeah.
And from Falspar's perspective, the reason he's trying to get a look on you is because he's deduced as a very insightful person right now that you're exactly the type of person who, up until today, he probably would have been hunting.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
A fae who spends all their time in the mortal coil, not meaning to, and he's been used to you looking for a way to get away. And now you seem distracted and not looking to get away, and he's trying to figure out why that is.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, you would have deduced that absolutely correctly. That's exactly correct.
Nothing gets past Falspar.
Always watching.
With Lucian suggesting that everyone leave and he stay behind, Freya's going to say, I wouldn't want you to miss the show now. I know how you like all that razzle-dazzle-ness. I'll sit with the children and make sure that they're paired with the right parents.
Trust me, Freya.
Did I say that? That may have been a slip.
Well, we'll find out everything that can slip from you later. But for the moment,
Jesus
Not
Christ.
in front of the kids, man! Not in front of the kids!
I mean, it's an adult conversation. Text, it's fine.
That was very good.
He just wants to make me blush. That's what he wants to do.
Holy shit.
No,
Let's
well,
go.
what was I saying? So it's later. But for the moment, I genuinely would like to make sure these children find their parents.
Me too.
So trust me, and we will do this together.
Freya, you feel a slight tugging at your dress, and for a moment you're like, oh my god, it's only connected by a belt. Please don't accidentally expose me. But you look down and you see the red-haired child looking up at you and go, I went into the maze with my mom, and
Right.
I don't know where she's gone.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about her and maybe we can find her together?
She looks quite a lot like you.
Can I insight the child?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
How tall are you, Freya?
Operation.
Oh, that's a natural 20!
That child is telling nothing but the truth, according as far as they're concerned.
Child, dude! I am 6 foot.
Would the bones in the cube roughly match that?
Ooh. Oh, God.
Wow, you've read well between the lines.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
Roll me a history check to try and remember.
Oh, fuck me.
Yikes.
I mean, if you've pulled this out, that is a call, man.
That's a 15.
One of
Could I
a
give
couple
him
of the sets
inspiration?
would have been. No, you don't know what he's doing. But thinking back and kind of the relatively quick oversight you did, could definitely be there were definitely some feminine, long, elven-looking bones.
Yikes.
Soon as
I'm sorry, Hannah. Am I fucking dead? This is.
It's the sixth sense.
Wow.
Okay.
I see dead people.
Her mum is, though.
yeah, as soon as the child mentions that she went into the maze, you see Errol sort of think back and sort of go wide-eyed and try and turn away from the child. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so thinking about what she said, Freya is confused. She doesn't really know how to respond to that. She genuinely doesn't know how to respond. Well, we can look for someone like me, but honey, there ain't many people looking like me walking around here.
would it not be? Do we not go? If everybody's in there, why would we not go in there?
Surely your parents are looking for you, honey.
I don't know my dad. She was just my mom, and like she loves shows like this, and I think she would be there.
We
If
can
she's
look
not
in there.
here.
That makes sense. You know her better than
You see at this point running down from the entrance of like they almost seem to be coming from the forest itself. You see two other individuals. You see a tall, grumpy, elderly looking, scraggly beard satyr and a centaur as well, a centaur woman galloping in, and you look and the other two children leap up and run to one of the children is a small centaur, the other looks to be human, but may have very hairy legs, you don't know. They're wearing trousers and runs to the satyr, and yeah, it is just the other girl, and they also begin to enter into the big top tent.
okay. The sign said the big top tent. Well, it was pointing towards the big top tent. Okay. So yeah, we'll have a little look in here now that the other children have been collected. Just let me know if you see her. And I lift her up and kind of like put her on my hip, and I walk in with her, making sure my dress doesn't fall off.
She kind of like nestles in a bit into your neck, like looking around, and you just hear her go, "You smell like Mama too."
Oh, she's just losing her inner shit, like completely. She's trying to keep her composure, but she is losing her inner shit.
I'm gonna sort of tap an ear off as everyone goes in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, buddy. What's up?
I don't know if we're the right ones to break the news, but there was another set of bones in the maze.
Oh, God. You think it could be her?
It's a definite possibility.
So, are you two walking in, or are you stood?
I'd assume we'd sort of held back.
So, Lucian, having sort of listened to the girl and furiously sort of spinning a bangle on his wrist, thinking sort of hard about what he can actually physically do. Do I ever hear what you're saying? Are you saying it quietly? Is it an open conversation?
I'm saying it quiet enough so that the child doesn't hear.
Well,
Yeah.
I pull her on my hip and we're
Yeah,
walking
they've gone
ahead, so we're at least 6-7 feet ahead of you, so we wouldn't be. And there's lots of people about.
Yeah. Sort of fiddling with it a little bit and coming up behind Eros is going to turn around and go, if we had that woman's... If she's hurt, or, as you say, possibly dead, if you had what remains of her, could you bring her back to life?
I mean, it's not something I tend to do. The balance must be protected, but there are exceptions to every rule.
I mean, a child without a parent.
Good, because I was about to say fuck the balance, but at least you said it for me. No, I don't.
Yeah, exactly right.
I
think in this case, fuck the balance.
This might not be on me alone, Lucian. This might be more of a joint effort between us.
Yes, exactly what I was thinking.
I work alone.
Falspar just appears.
I've been here the whole time.
Reggie-
You just didn't see me.
Reggie'd probably be like,
Oh, wait, dear. Eels.
Come on, you lot, hurry up.
"Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That seems like a them problem."
You seem
know, I
like a
almost
them
like-
problem.
Reggie, I really did. Now, fuck off to the circus, please.
Well,
Lucy, I hate to say, but which one of the four of y'all that you brought out before was the fucking nice one?
I mean, I've always been the nice one, and Lucy is a name I go by. Good to know you picked it up.
just give us one moment. We'll catch up. Save us a seat.
I'll head in with Falspar.
Yeah.
Okay.
As they go, Eros starts walking back towards the maze.
Back towards the maze. Okay.
Lucy
Yeah.
will be close enough behind. As they're sort of walking past the tent, he's going to look to the handsome tiefling doing his gesturing, posturing from the outside, and just, as he walks past, shoot him a mess and go, well, a man after my own taste, I do like it. Me and the golden one here have some business to do. We'll be in shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, I won't. Don't you worry.
I'll join up as well, and just to be safe, as we start walking into the maze, I'll start playing my lure.
Okay.
And some features and traits, I think, or maybe it's somewhere else. But I have a thing that I can do.
Cool.
Don't we all?
I have things.
Always useful.
Yeah. Basically, I can play Malou and give us advantage on. Also, we can't be charmed.
Okay. Awesome. Oh, yes. Yeah, the bard thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you begin
Really
to
nice.
Counter charm. That's what it is.
play counter charm. That's it. Yeah. So you begin to play this counter charm as you all make your way back up to the maze. You brace yourself in anticipation of potentially that same effect, but Lucian, you kind of, from flying above it, you spotted that it almost seemed to have some kind of dome-like, like barely visible to the eye, kind of appear like shimmer.
Mm-hmm.
It's not there.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone.
Lucian, those bangles,
Yes.
Well, is there a limit on what they can do?
Sintimanti have power, yes, and
Could they restore flesh?
they could not restore her to her natural being, but I could perhaps collect
Is
her.
not- That is not what I asked. Can they restore the flesh to the bone?
They can heal if you wish a second time, but you only get one. I'd have to give it to you 2 more times.
It's worth a try at least.
Yes, all right.
As we come up to the well where we used to drop down, I'm gonna cast fabricate
Okay.
and start building a staircase down for us.
Nice.
Nice.
So sort of the earth in the hole sort of shoots out at steps as I continue walking.
Awesome. Yeah, so you guys descend the staircase, and now not being as trepidatious, I would assume, because you have a destination in mind, you know where you need to be, you dart up this tunnel, and it almost seems to come to you quicker than before. It looks as though it feels, in retrospect, like something was elongating your journey the last time, whether it be fear, trepidation, or something else. But you reach what was the cube, which is now melted after having been turned into ice. And on the ground is a smattering of bone.
Mm-hmm.
I start arranging the bones how they would be in a skeleton.
Okay. Roll me a medicine check to see how well you arrange these bones.
Could I give him a bardic inspiration for this?
Yes.
Guidance.
Okay. Inspiration and guidance.
I could guide you too.
Does it stack?
Nope.
No. Okay, what's the bardic inspiration?
A D8.
Another
Oh,
D8.
actually, is it a D?
D8.
Yeah, it's a D8.
It's a D8 because that's what you've been rolling for all of your flourishes and stuff.
Yeah, but
Okay.
since we leveled up.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh,
That's 22.
22. You managed to find most.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah,
The
most
bones.
is in this context. Most is bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Is it all of the
You've got the
vital
vital ones. You know for sure.
Couple of toes.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
If there's a hand
toes,
missing, we can get another one.
Some,
Where
like,
that is.
some of the bones in the
Well, I've actually got one of those.
Wow.
some of the bones, it looks like the knuckle joint on a few of the fingers, like some of the smaller bones, you haven't been able to find. They may have just been eroded, corroded away. Or
That's fine. That's
you've got the vital
What,
ones. You've
what
got the
kind of
vital
problem
what
for
kind of
later.
Cronenberg monster are you
I
constructing?
was gonna
right
say,
now?
man. Holy shit.
Hey, worth a go.
Say hello to your mummy, dear.
Well, let's not rule that out just yet.
So watching him sort of rearrange it all sort of quite meticulously, he's going to sort of be nervously playing with one of the rings and just, do you have everything you need? What do you need?
Well, to start with, a lot of luck. Secondly, a rather expensive diamond.
All right. And he plays with it and it's almost like instantaneous where it just flicks from his and then just onto yours and just sort of rolls and gently onto your wrist. Try. I can't promise, but I can do my best.
I wish for a diamond worth 500 gold.
Very specific.
Specific, I like it.
Because Revivify is...
I'm not casting Revivify.
I know. I'm talking about the limitations of the wish here.
Yep.
Right.
I need Lucian to
Mhm.
roll me a charisma check.
Okay.
Big money.
Big money, Lucian.
on.
Come on.
You can do it.
Guidance.
You guiding me?
I'll fucking guide you if I can.
I'll allow.
All right.
I'll allow.
Cool. So, come on. So that is 19 altogether with all of that.
You feel your energy as you go to cast this wish be sapped from you, and you do take a level of a point of exhaustion. However, a 500 gold piece worth diamond appears in your hand.
As you say, you see his eyes once again light up. He goes, but it's a lot more intense this time because this wish is pushing beyond the boundaries of what the Cintimanti can do. And as he does it, he sort of like flushes straight for a second and he goes, "Your wish has been granted." And almost forcefully, like the smoke like comes out of the remaining bangle, and just this very small dome just swirls in your hand before it just reveals the diamond. His voice. Oh.
Are you okay?
Pushing your luck a bit there, darling, aren't we?
Well, I like to push myself.
Are you good?
Fine, I'm fine. It's just, it takes a lot. It's
Uh,
bending the universe for will takes stronger cane than most.
Oh. There is one more thing we need to do.
Yes, name it.
The spell needs a body, not bones.
Right.
Oh, I wish before I did this. Okay, I guess I see why you asked me this now. All right, fine. Let's do this. And once again, for the final time, it just sort of falls onto your wrist.
I wish for the flesh to be restored to these bones.
I need Eros, roll me a wisdom check. Lucian, roll me a charisma check. Aniros, from your proximity, roll me a wisdom check as well.
Can I guide myself on this?
Not for this.
No? Okay.
Yes. All right, so that is a
18.
18.
23 on my end.
Okay, 23. Aniros?
Wisdom check or saving throw?
Oh, it was meant to be charisma for you, sorry. You're a
Charisma.
bard. Yeah, charisma.
So check or saving throw?
Check.
Check. Dirty 20.
Oh, good rolls, good rolls.
Ooh. Okay, so Lucian, you're concentrating all of your focus on channeling the wish to the bangle. Eros, you're looking at the bangle around your wrist, but also grasping your symbol of Arathis, knowing that this is pushing the boundaries. Oneros, you're strumming your counter charm, inspiring them all, and you all feel at once a pull from your chest, as though energy is being seeped out of you all and into the skeleton on the floor.
What?
And you feel...
What if the bones from different bodies?
Oh, Dan.
Stop it.
And you see from the ground blooming like flowers, fresh spring flowers, it wrapping around the bone, moss seeming to knit together before changing colour and becoming a reddish tinged skin lining the skeleton. And you all take... Oh, Jesus.
Not what you want to hear, dude.
What she doesn't tell you is that was a D100 she rolled.
No, you all take 25 points of damage as it feels as though it just feels like life force has been drawn out of you and into the body in front of you.
That's fine.
Yeah?
That's fine.
Arrows, what was the muscular wounds heal?
15.
11.
It was like 15.
It was
15.
yeah, 15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 15.
And you said 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you unconscious?
No.
He's close.
Oneris, you stumble backwards, like not expecting that to happen. You were kind of just more a preventative measure. You didn't expect this to involve you too, but the flesh knits together and creates a body very similar to Freya.
Before we go any further, I turn and place my hand on Eros.
Uh-huh.
I'm on the ground. Like I'm on my ass.
I will cast Cure Wounds at 4th level.
Okay.
Because you're not unconscious, because you're a dick.
I mean, you can,
Could you not just take one more hit point,
Come on, dude.
you can punch me if you want.
Just knock him out and then.
Can I punch you to knock him out?
No.
I smack
7
my head against
plus
the wall.
5 is
They can
12.
cure wounds.
Plus 6 is 18. Plus 4 is
22.
22. 22 hit points back.
The healing haymaker.
Nice.
Ash.
I mean,
Ash.
There basically is a monster that does that.
Jojo, isn't it?
And as
yeah.
I do that, make sure that this tale is told. And as I do, I approach the body, clutching my pendant.
Mm-hmm.
Erathis, I know the balance must be protected. And holding the diamond, I start, a scale appears. I step on one side with the diamond and place the body on the other.
Okay.
Fucking yes.
And I will cast Raise Dead. But because I don't have a 5th level spell slot, it means I'm going to get exhaustion.
Yeah, it will. You're gonna get 5 levels of exhaustion.
No!
Wait.
No!
As Eros steps forward, you see in your mind a smiling face looking down at you from above as you breathe out, and this plume of smoke wraps around the body of the individual resembling Freya, and life is brought into this figure as Eros. You fall. You will both look in front and you see the lifeless body. Go on, what is it, Dan?
Does he already have a point of exhaustion?
No.
No, I
So it's only 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so
he's,
5 is what?
his speed reduced. He's not dead. It's just speed reduced to 0. He's not dead.
Oh, thank God.
Death is
It's 6. Death is
okay.
6. That's why when you were like his
Five
lifeless
means
body, I
you're-
was like, he's not
5
dead.
means you
Five
cannot
one
move.
level.
You are
Fine.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
got
yeah.
pretty
So
high. Yeah.
you still see the body of Eros collapse to the ground. Eros, in your vision is thrust into this dreamscape, and you see a figure, just a large head with a cloak around, just framing her eyes, and she just stares at you with eyes of midnight and a kind smile on her lips, and she goes, My child, you have done too much for the balance of this day for you to be ended now. I appreciate your offer, but this time, her life was taken against the balance. Restoring it does not disrupt it further. You are okay, my child.
I only do as the balance wishes. A child without a parent is never balanced.
I commend you. Truly. You are my champion for a reason. But today, and this time, is not your time. And with that, your mind is once again thrust back into consciousness, and you all see that little bit of smoke that was just escaping back into Eros.
Sick.
You're a dick. You know that. And I help him up.
As the bangle sort of returns to his thing, when it was happening, it looked like the smoke was forcibly coming out of him because of how far he was pushing it in. And with Eros coming back and the one back, he's just, oh, fucking hell, that was not good. Did you do it? Is she all right?
You see her kind of jolt up, look down, cover herself.
I take my coat off, or my cloak, and wrap it around her.
Thank you. I don't suppose you guys have seen my daughter anywhere, have you?
We have.
She's currently being kidnapped by a fucking elephant.
She's with a friend of ours, and she's looking for you. She's safe. She's back at the carnival, but take it slow. We'll take you there.
You just see Eros lying on the floor. You might want to take it easy for a few days.
You had a nasty fall. Nothing too much, but we came to find you.
She kind of, as she kind of jolted up, she kind of, and fortunately, all of the vertebrae were intact, but one of them was misplaced slightly. So it's slightly caught out, and she's just like, oh. And you see that a couple of the fingers are
backwards.
they're not backwards. They are there, but it's there's still flesh mending going on. So she doesn't look the best. But taking a closer look, she does look uncannily like Freya. But yeah, she, having jolted up, not realizing the extent of how exhausted she truly was, takes a breath, her vision going dizzy for a while before kind of stumbling on and leaning onto you guys.
Yeah, Lucian sort of takes one side, sort of slightly out of sorts himself, but still going. Come on, you've got a little girl waiting for you, and she's missed you a lot.
I'll catch up. Just give me a few days.
Onarius has got to carry Eros.
I mean, I'm gonna try if I can to carry the dragon ball.
What's your strength?
10.
Okay.
It's good. That's enough.
It's average, so your progress is slow.
Yeah, that's fine.
You do...
I'm at the end of the show anyway, so...
Yeah, true.
It's true, you got some time. So yeah, you gradually all managed to make your way up the stone steps now, because otherwise that would have been difficult without those steps, out of the maze, and go to join everybody in the circus proper.
As we're going toward the circus, I just want to send a message out to Freya, if I can, and just with a slightly exhausted mind, she says, "We've found her. She is back. The little girl can be returned now."
Right. Okay. But while this has all been going on, she has been pointing out to the little girl, anyone in the crowd that looks halfway in the right hue or race, you know. What about
Every
her?
elf, you're like.
Yeah. Presuming she hasn't found anyone, we've made ourselves comfortable because it's been a while. So we've made ourselves made ourselves comfortable in the box that we were given.
Yeah.
Waiting for them to return.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nice.
Jeez, that was impressive.
Exercise the demon.
So
Should probably stop drinking those.
He's so good. Well done.
you are all, the ones who went into the circus have all been escorted up into kind of like a theatre box with a really clear view over the central stage. You're elevated quite a bit, got full view from floor to apex of the big top tent. And at the moment, there's kind of general background music, a lot of talking and chattering, and it's one of those things where you can tell that everyone's anxious for the show to start, but it hasn't yet. And it's just like you're like, come on, does it? You've said that curtains open at 7. It's like 7:30, and we're still not going. What's happening here?
Bring on the unicorns!
Some people like looking through their programs. A couple of the kids have found it on the back, like some of the little Feywild crossword word searches, all of that stuff. They're doing those, kind of idling time. And Feywild word search.
Love it.
But
It's like one of those placemats you get at a restaurant. It's just crayons.
Exactly
And
like that.
1,000%. And it's a bit of time. You're all getting a bit restless. And it's just at the moment that the others return that the general music in the tent begins to die down. This is just more for visual reference rather than anything.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Sure it is.
Yeah, map chain, never good.
Mhm.
But-
Oh yeah. No.
Oh wait, why not?
How tall is the ceiling, by the way?
You don't need to know that.
No, I'm sure we don't.
But as the general music begins to die down and the endless whispering and chatter among the crowd settles, taking their seats, a sound of a fiddle begins to play, everyone quickly quieting to a hush. The music seems sourceless once again in the interior of the big top tent. Everyone looking around to see where it may come from, expecting to see the similar floating instruments that you had outside. You see people pointing, hush, as they gesture off, pointing to different areas. But as you look up to the top of the tent, seeming to stretch and fall like a slow drop of water emerging from the apex itself, you see a robust human individual who you had not seen previously. Dressed head to toe in deep reds with gold filigree, full makeup with dark red painted lips, a strip of black shadow crossing his eyes, long black curls cascading down his shoulders, the bodice of his deep red jacket held in place by intricate corsetry, an open white blouse, open just enough to reveal an extremely toned chest. He almost seems to appear out of the canopy itself before intricately and pointedly hopping from seemingly invisible step zones, sending splashes of gold as he steps down, descending to the central circle of the big top tent, a grandiose smile on his face. Alongside him descending, you see two identical figures, ribbon wrapped around 1 foot each as they use their strength in their legs to control their descent, fiddle tucked beneath their chins, playing this melody that you are hearing. These figures, all in black with almost Lolita-style dresses, hair pinned into large buns on both sides of their heads, a gold ribbon wrapped around each. As the music reaches a crescendo, the two figures look to each other, just as the ringman reaches the floor before releasing the rope and springing to their feet, either side of him, all landing in perfect unison. They spin around, fiddle and bow splayed out, welcoming the audience in attendance before creating a triangular shape around the central circle, bowing deeply. Those with a higher view, aka you, the audience begins to clap. But those of you with a higher view, which is yourselves,
Oh, joking.
see a hole. I need cheerier music. Hang on.
Gonna say.
There we go.
This is a bit too. Anyway, those with the higher views see a hole open up from below within the center, and all of a sudden your senses are overwhelmed by light and glitter as firing from a hidden cannon. Thousands of pixies are propelled into the air, giggling and scattering pixie dust all over. You catch a slightly begrudging-looking pixie in the mix with a flat cap and a pipe in his mouth, clearly not wanting to be part of the display.
Yay!
But the pixies all... Yeah, Larry's in the show!
Yay! I love that! I love that Larry's here.
But the pixies all congregate together in the center of the dome before a shape seems to take form. Some pixies begin to glow a seafoam green, others a crystal blue, swirling around the shape. Then, within an instant, they scatter, Titania flying in their place. They recongregate and seem to form the word applause behind her as she spins around to greet everyone, eyes lingering in a warm smile, pausing on you all.
I just kind of as that happens, can I lean into Falspar and go, "Well, we best do that for her at this point. She ain't gonna do much of that herself."
Wow.
That looks dumb.
You see Falspar laughing, and he hasn't been clapping up until this point. He just kind of he claps a little bit.
You see smaller groups of pixies also kind of flying off and grouping together and seemingly seem to translate the word applause into languages from across the realm, from Sylvan, Gnomish, Marquesian, Zemnian, everything.
Come on, give her a hand. No.
The crowd in attendance is clapping ferociously. The row of children at the front, who seem to have formed kind of the front row alongside their parents, eyes wide in wonder at everything going on before settling down as Titania opens her mouth to speak. My dear friends, as you may know, I am Titania, and this is Titania's Transplanar Tinkertop Circus. I ask you, each and every one of you, she looks at the children in the front row, some of them giggling in response. Grant us your imagination this fine evening as we take you on a journey of laughter, mystery, danger, magic, and beauty. Now, I must say before we get started that all of this would not be possible were it not for some new friends of mine. And I would bid you all greet them with open arms. At this point, the three of you, alongside the individual who looks a lot like Freya, enter the tent and filter into the box. Falspar, Great Inquisitor across all the courts of the Fey Realm.
Reggie's gonna be like, just clapping.
Everyone's kind of turning to see where she's gesturing and just goes like, woo!
I'll use Druidcraft to make butterflies puff from behind me.
Some of the children up front are like to start giggling and just like pointing at the butterflies, some of them trying to catch them on their fingers.
And then I'll just nod to Titania. And then
you just see her kind of under her breath go,
Major sit back down.
Major Reginald, a great commander of the infamous Air Force.
Reggie
Long may they reign.
Reggie takes a huge pull on his cigar and kind of puts his paws in front of his hand and puffs it out into the shape of a rabbit and then just kind of like pushes the rabbit smoke into the air.
Yeah, everyone just like starts applauding, a few gasps in the audience. Freya, a cunning druid with a strong sense for justice. Any individual would be lucky to have her as a companion.
I stand and I swell my hands and I gather some water from cups nearby and create like splashes, just like fireworks near her, and then take a
I
bath.
thought you meant just like dipping your fingers in and just.
No, I'm not Roman Catholic.
Just
No,
I baptize you in the name of the Seelie and the Unter.
Eros, champion of Arathis and restorer of the balance. Looks
see-
to you as you're unable to actually move. Being
So
carried
you see,
in.
Eros is near enough comatose, just hanging on to
Oh, no.
Eros.
I know.
Jesus Christ,
Picks
what
his
happened to him?
Picks his hand up.
Yeah.
Seeing him for the first time, drawing attention to him. Oh, he may need a bit of help now.
As you're looking over Freya, you see the individual who's with them, wearing Oneris's cloak, staring back at you. It's your face, but not. Like, there are some features that are different. Like the quirk to the smile, like the smile lines aren't quite the same. Like, life has weathered this individual differently from how it has weathered you.
Do I recognize her?
The resemblance is so uncanny that you would assume that this would be a twin. But you aren't aware of having a twin.
No.
But strange things happen in the Feywild.
Can I use my last charge of Detect Good and Evil?
Yeah.
To focus on both these two individuals' Fey essence
Mm-hmm.
and see if they seem similar.
Huge shout.
They have a very similar core, but whereas Freya's essence, you could tell that she had been in the mortal realm for a long time, this other individual is pure Fey, as though they have never left the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
This scene has rendered her speechless. She's just like, hey. Yeah.
At this point, the child goes and kind of just like, thank you, gives you a hug and jumps to her mother, who looks down and just starts bawling. Unsure why she's so overwhelmed by this much emotion. The others from the journey back know that she's not too aware of anything that's happened, but just felt this deep sense of longing, and there's now a deep sense of relief filling her body that she doesn't quite understand, and it's overwhelming her and causing tears to brim in our eyes. And she looks up at you, Freya. Well now, isn't that peculiar?
Indeed. We need to have a chat.
I think that might be smart. At this point, you hear Titania continuing. Lucian, a wish giver with the power to change the tide of battle.
Yeah.
As she says this, he sort of lets the mother go. He's like, uncanny, isn't it? And letting his wings loose, he sort of takes flight for like 5 feet and just releases some of the genie smoke around him in minor illusions, just making sort of the figures of the people who threw the spears appear, but in more sort of like
The
Grecian
storytale, Grecian,
suns, and like the cloud from the Freya frost, the sun from the fireball, just all sort of comes up as he just brings himself to sort of like this crescendo and just bows as all the smoke whips back inside him, and he just.
And last, but certainly not least, Oneros, fantastic bard and incredible swordsman, who I hope will do us the honor in regaling their tales for us this eve.
I just take a bow.
She goes to clap, and then
And
Fuck.
and then I whisper to Eros. Do you know, I'm nervous. I actually never performed an original song. all my tales are sort of copies of what other people have done. So,
Look at what.
but I've written something quickly.
Just
but I
look at
might
what
need-
we've done here. This is a tale worthy of telling, as I said to you when we were down there.
Right. Well, do you think maybe you could give me some help when it's time? So maybe I can actually be a bard of dreams for once?
Sort of clutching the pendant one last time, sort of summoning all of his strength just to move his hand. Sort of puts his hand on Aneros. You were always the bard of dreams, and I cast guidance on him.
Okay.
Ready.
In preparation. You may have to do that a couple of times because he's not
Yeah.
due just yet.
Yeah.
1000%.
Every minute, you got this, buddy. This is all you.
You're gonna do great.
Still got
You're gonna do
Open him up.
Close. Nearly
Break a
there.
leg. Break a leg.
1 hour pep talk. Just
Massaging your shoulders. Yeah.
I would if I
Okay.
could move.
Yeah.
So good.
But you all kind of sit down. The child and the individual who looks like Freya sat with you in the box, just kind of occasionally throwing a glance at Freya and tilting her head slightly. And Freya, kind of as you also, I assume, are doing the same, you see from like under her hair a flicker of movement, and you see a small fiery flame red cat appear on her shoulder, who looks down, kind of like licks their paws before hopping down and sitting in the girl's lap, who just begins to pet it.
Coincidence?
ignoring the
I
frame.
think not.
Is there such thing?
But you all turn.
I-
Yeah.
Can I
Can I
Given
insight check?
given
Insight
given-
check the
no,
cat?
no,
Check the cat.
I'm going to ask to not have to do that because given I now have a 21 insight and perception,
Mhm.
have I picked up on all of this stuff
Yes.
that's going on between these two?
Yes.
So I'll fly down and sit next to Freya, and I'll say, I'll just look over at the other two, eye the little cat thing, and then look around the room for the fox that she has with her. I'll look up at
Phoenix
her.
there?
He wasn't, but seeing him looking and seeing the cat, she has snapped her fingers, and actually from under the folds of her dress, he emerges and sits beside her, full-size fox.
And I'll look at her, look at the fox, I'll look at the mother and child and their flame cat. I'll look up at Freya and I'll say, I'm sorry I couldn't bring you home sooner.
Maybe there was more here than I thought.
There always is. I'll fly off to sit back next to Reggie.
Okay. As you all turn your attention back to the carnival, you see Titania kind of looking, a soft smile on her lips. I see you have all met Transplanar and the breathtaking Gomato twins. They will all form a part of the story we're telling tonight. But first, I tell you the story of two sisters of the Fae, many centuries ago. As Transplanar slowly drops away to the shadow, a spotlight shining from the apex of the tent highlights the two twins, one in purple, the other in light blue.
I'll lean over to Eros and I'll say, now pay attention.
Eros is near enough comatose to this.
Lost without form into the mazes of compulsion and chaos, all light in the tent dims as the two figures highlighted seemingly shift and become almost incorporeal. There was little light to guide them until one day they both set sights on a glistening onyx gem in the distance. She casts her eyes up, and your gaze is drawn upwards as a major image of a large onyx gem set upon a mountaintop is projected onto the roof of the tent. The crowd whispers, pointing up in awe and confusion. The two figures themselves slowly begin to rise, twisting the ribbon back around in one hand, climbing and twirling their way upwards, other arm outstretched towards the image of this gem. As they begin to weave their way upwards, their form scatters before reforming, mirroring an image of a younger Titania and a white-haired individual with beautiful, angular, androgynous features with milky white eyes. Their movements are jagged yet controlled, reaching for the summit. The climb gets them closer and closer towards the central pillar, holding up the big top itself. Around 10 feet apart from one another, the one resembling Titania leaps, contorting backwards an impossible amount before landing on her sister's shoulders. They weave together almost seamlessly before breaking apart once more, the other figure launching towards the other rope, effortlessly catching it, swinging out and around the pillar like a maypole, her distance falling behind that of Titania, still reaching and scrambling to the top. They continue to ascend, their forms switching between fluid and nimble to jagged and rigid the closer to the top they get. As the artist playing Titania reaches up, she jolts backwards as though stung, falling and falling and falling to the ground. The audience gasp in shock, children hiding behind parents' palms. Her sister looks down from above before her fall begins to slow as the rope pulls and she holds herself completely horizontal in the air in a wild display of physical control, looking back up at her sister. You see, it was I who reached for the gem first, but I was unaware of the impact it would have. I was not powerful enough to contain it, but my sister, she made a choice that day. Titania looks on from the side as the white-haired figure checks her sister is safe, reaching up before slowly nodding, as though hearing a voice in her head. Her fingers, as they reach out, begin to turn charcoal black, the roots of her hair blackening also, and slowly, her entire form becomes a dark mist. The mist itself begins to descend and wraps up the other figure resembling Titania in a gentle embrace, lifting her and carrying her away. There's a stunned silence for a moment as the figures leave, before the pixies reform, commanding applause once more, and the audience kind of looks around for a moment before beginning to fall to a hush once more. Titania steps forward, dancing lights now trained on her, illuminating her face as she continues. She sacrificed herself to save me and to help create this realm, our home. She let go of her corporeal form, never able to feel the sun kiss her skin, the touch of another, or revel in physical pleasures. She gives a little wink to Lucian up in the stalls we all adore. Her name has been lost in time, but the Queen of Air and Darkness is likely how most of you know her. Without her, we would not have this place we call home. We would not have the joys of life and music, some of the greatest fairies to ever live. Outstanding military forces, carnal pleasures, hope, balance, family, and most importantly, she pauses, a Cheshire cat grin on her face. Chaos. With that, fireworks are set off from cannons circling the tent, creating a bright, vibrant show of light. Catherine wheels, rockets, fountains, all cascading and showering everyone around. The tempo of the music picks up once again as a parade of satyrs begin to enter, wielding a plethora of instruments, weaving around the performance area in the big top. Flying monkeys swing from trapezes above, ice furor weaving patterns in the air, before a small centaur enters from the far west of the tent, looking skittish, but masking it well for the audience, ushering behind her 8 glorious-looking unicorns with gold manes. Everyone is looking on and applauding. Falspar, your detect good and evil will still be up. These are celestial.
Cool.
As soon as Reggie spots
Save!
him, he just stands up. First time he stood up, and he's just like,
Freya is right beside him. She's like, almost completely forgotten about her family drama that's going on. And she's like,
You guys are louder than all the children in the audience.
Literally,
Are
like-
also losing their shit, but everyone's just kind of, all the parents are looking at you guys in the back, just going, "Ah!"
aren't they just
Reggie's
magnificent? Go!
Reggie's clapping, and you can see probably also see his feet. Stomp.
Yeah.
Literally, like,
Ding, 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 ding.
Everyone is looking on, applauding, and some of the children try to clamber off their seats to try and get a closer look, quickly ushered back by their parents, who seem equally enraptured. What should be absolute chaos is also balanced, thought out, choreographed. This mismatch of so many things going on should not work so cohesively, and yet it does, and you can't help but be drawn into this world and representation of the Feywild that the circus is showing you. And then, from the roof of the tent, a beautiful melody picks up. An angelic sounding voice somehow pierces through the fog of chaos that is ongoing, marrying it all together. You can't help but glance up and see, cradled by a smattering of stars, a red tiefling with long blue hair, roses and thorns twisted around her horns, a long, beautiful black gown seeming to shimmer like stars in the night sky. Lucian, you're taken aback for a moment. You had a feeling that she would be here, but her presence here is all encapsulating. All eyes that were previously focused on the revelry hone in on her, the stalwart Bloom, as she lowers and
As she ascending, you just see his hand sort of, with a visible shake, just go, "Here they are." Okay. He's trying to steady himself, but you can see like a genuine... Anyone who's looking, can't tell if it's excitement or fear or just the exhaustion that he looks, because he looks fucking tired now.
Yeah.
But he's just sort of like sort of itchy now, almost like agitated, like there's something going.
Yeah. As she's descending, the starlight seat that she's on swings around, getting close to the audience on all sides. She is making sure her voice is heard across this entire tent. And as she gets close to your side, her imperceptible to most, but her eyes lock on you. And in your head, you hear, Visago?
Like, again, you're seeing the... Hello, little one. It's good to see you, Ilya.
She kind of continues to sing. Valspar, you notice a slight crack in her voice as she locks eyes with Lucian, but ever the professional, as she's had to be for so many years, she continues on and sings. And eventually, after a lot of revelry and a lot of chaos, married together by the stalwart Bloom, putting on a dazzling performance, quiet resumes once again, and Titania steps forward. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the Bard of Dreams.
As she says that, just one last pat on the back.
Regulate, kiddo.
Come on. You got this, eh?
Lucian's going to stand up and just minor illusion throwing roses sort of with him, but he's also throwing them into the... They won't land, but they're just sort of dissipating as he throws roses two ways.
So Oneros is going to sort of, I don't know, is there a way to make his way onto the stage
Yeah,
from the box that we
absolutely.
are in?
Called the stairs.
Yeah, there's the aisle stairs that go down. Yeah.
So
Just
he's
jump.
probably, during this performance, he's probably like sort of gone there
Yeah.
to sort of come out, and he comes out with his lute. And
I'll be
Looks
druid
out.
as he walks into the center. I'll be druid crafting, so that every time he lifts his foot to take another step, there's a small patch of like sort of dark green grass that a couple of, in the low light of the big top, a couple of fireflies fly out of
Love it.
as he lifts his feet.
Okay.
So he sort of, let's see, he sort of walks out onto the stage, looks at all these people, and looks up to his friends. And as a bonus action, he's gonna strum his lute and cast bardic inspiration on himself.
Okay.
And he's gonna start playing this melody whilst casting major image around the room, or sort of centered towards. So what they start to see is a dirt road. Let's see, I wrote it down just so I can remember. A dirt road, and then sort of as the song comes along, they'll see a room in a tavern with a bed, and they see tankards on the floor, and they see a letter lying there with the symbol of Tinkertop Circus. And eventually they'll see sort of Swoop and all his friends around him, major like illusions of his friends, them going into the maze, followed by defeating these creatures, but without all the blood and gore and horror, sort of make it children's friendly. So when Valspar stabs one of the beasts, there's like flowers spurting out instead.
Pow! Thwack!
And them walking down into this sort of tunnel and saving all the children, but there's no images of Titania or the hag. Just saving the children, bringing them back. And this goes on as he's playing and he's singing. Let's see if I can do this with my voice.
Roll me a performance check with advantage as well as you're doing this.
Right. I'm not shitting you. Natural 19.
Ooh.
I have bardic inspiration, might as well use it.
Yeah,
You
and
have
guidance.
a D4 as well.
And guidance. Let's get a big 40 going here.
Plus 1 from guidance, so it's 6. And I have a plus 13, so natural 19 plus
25 plus
natural
13.
19.
33?
25
20.
plus 13.
38.
No, it's 30,
33.
33.
33, yeah.
Jeez!
Um,
Damn, boy, you good.
You're right, Dan, isn't it? 38.
25
Natural
plus 13.
19 plus 6 is 25.
Oh, your
Yeah,
bardic
plus
inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 13,
38.
28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
38.
38.
Oh,
Damn.
We're far off with that 40 prediction.
I know, I was joking.
you're joking. Jesus.
I don't think I've in the years I've played D&D, I don't think I've ever rolled a check that high ever.
That
No.
is, yeah.
38 's insane.
38.
And so he sings, dirt-covered roads, Nicodranus a dash, 3 days till the journey's all through. On the table we see a letter so small, steeped in a magical brew. And out of the blue, your feet swept aside, you join a scoundreling crew.
Hey!
Stories you heard, the dreams as a child would soon come to happen to you. So sisters and misters, come along for the ride as I tell you this magical tale. of a bard that believed in his rebellious creed that ended up saving the Fae.
Yes.
Yay!
Yes.
That is
yes!
so
Hell yeah,
good.
dude.
Oh,
And
Make it a 40 anyway. Make it a 40.
boy, you get +2 for that. Oh my god.
Wow.
45 with that. Oh,
Hell yeah,
Fucking hell,
shit.
dude.
Non-native speaker as well, by the way.
Afterwards, he
Yeah.
just points up to his fellow friends that he's made along this journey, and he just takes a bow and sort of disappears into where he came from.
Okay.
As we're all clapping and stuff, you just hear in your head, I hope that silver tongue's good for other things.
Oh my god!
Let's go. Couldn't let him get away.
Holy
The,
shit.
the sheer contrast between the chaos that was going on previously to this solo rendition still enraptures everyone. They're lost in the major image that you're showing them, eyes enraptured, and you all see Titanias still off by the side, and you see a tear flowing down her cheek. And Falspar, you spot behind her a shadow that's not hers. Seem to place a hand on her shoulder. And Titania looks over. But with this, flowers are scattered into the central area of the circus as everybody begins to be filtered out. You are all gestured to remain. The figure, the shadow behind Titania, also stays. And soon, it is all but you, Titania, potentially the Queen of Air and Darkness, the stalwart Bloom, and the strange Freya doppelganger and her child that stay. What would you all like to do? Okay.
I'll let someone else go first.
Lucian quickly stands as everything comes to a close, and he sort of looks at them and goes, I never really told you the reason I'm here, but the stalwart Bloom is the reason I've come. I need to talk with her. I thank you all for keeping me alive for what was supposed to be a nice trip. If I don't see any of you again, just remember that if you need your desires and wishes granting, Relinquish is always here. And he sort of takes a small bow and starts making his way down the stairs, just sort of assuming things to do.
As he goes to leave, I sort of try to grab onto his arm.
Yeah.
It's like,
You feel movement like brush against you as Eros is still kind of.
he stops and sort of turns to me. I have to say, I've granted a lot of wishes, but you really outdid yourself this time.
The credit for this belongs to you. It wouldn't have been possible without you.
I can't take all that credit. Towards the end there, you all gave a small piece of yourself to make sure that this young girl has a mother to go home to. It's just the right thing to do.
If you find yourself in Zahir,
Well, I don't think you'd want me around the places you had. I probably get kicked out for things. But I'd be happy to join you around.
the Coldbrook Dale is especially nice in the summer.
I'll keep it in mind for a holiday. I'll be seeing you.
Oh,
I'll give you
so good.
Heads down the stairs.
You head off and you spot the stalwart Bloom off to the side, kind of untangling the thorns from her horns. Hayden kind of having a word with her before she keeps glancing in your direction and seeing you descend. She just sprints towards you.
The second he hits the bottom of the stairs, he's doing the exact same thing. Like, if she's going in for a hug, he sort of gets her by the top of the forearm, so there's not even a chance for her to go. He's just gone, and he's just...
It's been too long.
I thought I'd never see you again. This is... Oh, I knew when I saw that name on that poster that you were... I knew it was you.
I did what I had to do.
No, we don't blame you. We never did, I know. I know what those people did.
Are you safe? Are they following you?
Oh, honestly, I don't know where they are right now. Do we have a place to talk? I don't... It feels a little impersonal.
My cloakroom. I've got my own little getting ready area. Got my own little green room.
Oh, fine things. Come. And one of his wings sort of extends out and just comes around, so she's like almost completely enwrapped in him as he just takes her away for a moment.
Yeah, she leads you off into one of the side tents outside, which is entirely her own. Like fine, deep crimson drapery, like as many jewels as possible. She's clearly there's a armoire type thing with trinkets from all over. It looks as though everywhere she traveled, she looked for something. And as you look closer, you spot things that resemble toys you played with when you were kids, or a small drawing from many years ago of two tiefling children holding hands. You just see her prized possessions on display, and she kind of flushes a bit and she goes, I was hoping I'd see you. I didn't think I was going to, though.
Oh, we've been apart for so long, and yet our tastes are so the same. I've a lot of what I could take from the Grand Rampart. It's been a long time, Lilia. And he just goes in again, and he just holds her close, and he just sort of buries his nose like into her neck a little bit, and just... The day you left, the day you escaped, quite brilliantly, I might add. Oh, they were not pleased. But they could not find you. They don't have all that up there.
No, they never were the smartest. I absconded away on a boat for some time, but I befriended the captain, and he knew magics. He knew a way to travel across the plains, and I asked to get away. I asked to leave and go as far as I could. And he sent me here. And Titania took me in.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, you have no idea what we thought. Mum, Dad, they were happy you had gone. I didn't like it, but I was relieved.
Are they alive?
Oh, they live on Tide Bear, just outside of the Iron Authority. It's too small for them to look there, but big enough for them to blend in.
Okay.
Dad, he's still, well, he was always a fighter, stalwart. He's part of the town guard. Mother, she still grows her flowers. They are fine. They are hidden. I made sure of it. Once I had taken what I needed, I made sure. You were the last piece. The last one.
She kind of reaches up to her horn and Druid crafts a flower. A flush of, oh, the name's gone from my mind now. Like, the small white little clustered flowers.
Yes.
Baby's breath, I think it is. Or something like
People, actually.
She druid craft. Yeah, those. She druid crafts those, and I meant this to remind me of her. She always did love her flowers.
She was good at it. So you've been living here all this time.
We've been around, changed circuses every now and then. They don't do this show often. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. And Titania, after some time, I was just kind of helping out, and she caught me singing while I was cleaning. And you know how Mother always used to praise my voice, and so she got me to audition, and she put me as a small little act, and now I'm one of the headlines.
It's just wonderful. You did always have a voice that could make even where we lived partway bearable. That's why they saw such promise in you and us.
Speaking of us, this is slightly different. And she kind of gestures towards your fingers and your wings.
Yes, I defaced the canvas, as it were. I was no longer going to be that perfect thing that they wanted to parade around and show off. And it's a long story, really, but I'll keep it brief. You know how they seemed oddly successful in everything they did.
Yes.
Well, that was because they had found a genie. They had kept her bound into a never-ending contract where, when one of them was done, another one would get to make more wishes, and they kept the cycle going, taking everything with crude vagaries and making sure that what they wished for was believable, yet still somehow worked in their favor. When you were gone, Theodora needed a second, and I remember how that harridan paraded you around as a young one like some prize she had found, this beautiful thing in her arm. So, taking her own game, I became the beautiful thing she wanted. I became everything she needed, everything she wanted. And they got lazy and comfortable with who I was. And one day, they showed me exactly the treasure they had. The genie Brunhild, she was a deity of great power, but locked to them. She reached out to me. And when I found her and we connected, I swore that if she would help me dismantle everything those fucking people had, I would be her body. I would be the thing she could use to escape. So I did. And one of the first things I did was ruin the beautiful face that she had carved so greatly. I made myself some extra fingers, got some wings, did the horns. People actually quite like it, you know. But I've spent the last 8 years pulling those people down into the ground. Last time I saw, I think they were somewhere in the ruins of the grand rampart, surrounded by all those who had seen through what they had done for the first time. And then I escaped. I took Mother and Father to Tidebear. I set them up at a house. And then I saw your poster. Stalwart Bloom taking Mother and Father's virtues, making them your own, which was quite a good call. And I did dealings with the Unseelie and the Seelie, getting what I needed, getting what I wanted, to undo our lives. I I've done things, sister. I've done so much because I watched them rip you from mother's arms the second you were born, and I saw them parade you around. So, and he sort of takes the sickle from his belt, and usually he's graceful, but this is very much like ripping through the inside. He pulls out this very tattered box with a single card inside, and he just sort of holds it to it. Goes, "You are the last person I may say this to, but I am Relinquish the Desire, bringer of wishes. Take this card, draw it now, and it is yours."
She hesitantly
Literal shivers.
to open the box and take out the card. And as she does, you see swirling energy begin to form, as forming a shadow around you is Brunhild.
And it's kind of this, well, she would see it. It's the shape of like a woman, but it's very sort of not Amazonian in a way, like all of his things are, but it's very big and sort of beautiful yet imposing. There's a strength to who she is, and it's just this red hair that just seems to go on infinitely and descend. Her skin is just completely sort of silvery white with like sparkles, and she just hovers behind him.
Yeah, and that red hair almost seems to connect to Lucian in places, whether it be the tip of his tail, the curve of his horns, or the wings themselves, the two inextricably linked. And she pulls this card and she looks.
Yes.
You fool.
No. Everything I have done is because we had our lives stolen, and I am going to give it to you back. That is your way of getting life back.
I wish. And she says the rest under her breath. You know exactly what she's wishing for. And with that, the card itself burns to a crisp. What happens to Lucian?
If you don't want to tell me what she wished for, what did she actually like under the breath?
She wished for a do-over without the Van Brauns ever existing.
So as she wishes for this, he feels it, and he looks behind. He's like, "What did you wish? Did you?"
I wish to start for us both.
Did you take them? What did you do to them?
To never exist.
Oh, no, Brunhild. And as she does, like, the bracelets clamp around his wrists as if they're trying to not move.
Yeah.
As like the pearlescent smoke starts to whirl, but it's not from him. It seems to be from herself. And as it comes around, you see almost like the smoke coming away from him, and the horns sort of shrink back into like the normal way they used to be. His finger just sort of vanishes, the wings in the same, almost like in a gale of smoke, they just, and this normal, sort of slightly normal looking version of Lucian appears for her as they both just sort of take him, and he watches the bracelets flicker. He's like, "Bruno, no, I can't. Everything. You wonderful girl."
You hear in your mind, "Darling, we had an excellent run. But it's time you start afresh. Lead your own life."
Everything we've done, you are as much as I go around, my love. Come, stay with me. The pact must be remained.
You'll find me again. We are interlinked across every reality. I love you. And with that, the figure vanishes.
As the bracelets melt away, Lucian just sort of looks at her as the smoke starts to rise, and as they both sort of just fade, he just holds her in the circle and goes, "Well, let's try this again."
And as you both embrace, you feel yourselves being wrapped again around that red hair before you disappear from the Feywild and find yourself in the Iron Authority, but not as it was. This place has been reformed. It looks unrecognizable to the last time. There are people milling about the streets, enjoying life. You're both standing in the street, embracing. Goodbye, my love.
Goodbye, Brunhilde. I hope to find you again.
And with that, we are going to cut to everybody else back at the circus.
Bravo, man.
Oh, mate.
Bravo.
Just honest, we've had a comment say, honestly, get this man an Oscar. I know that this is the... And he's put three World Cup emojis and just got to know it's the World Cup. But, mate, unbelievable. Like, literal
shout out
shivers.
Dan for that.
Yeah.
Amazing, man.
I will go mute and record.
Okay, and going back, you're all there. Eros, you are approached by Hayden, who kind of looks at you up and down and goes, one second. Hey, Noctis, can you come give me a hand for a second?
Yes! Oh, I love this.
You see her kind of open up this portal, and this individual with a shock of blue hair, because it is regrown at this point.
Can I describe?
Go
Please?
for it.
Yeah. So, because I know that Chris and Evan knew Noctis when he was young. As you watch this portal open, stepping through is a tall, 6-foot, human-looking individual with a long blue beard.
No.
Oh, God.
Hair plaited on the top, shaved at the sides of his head, plaited down the back, with a wolf tattoo on the side of his head that, as you kind of look at it and close your eyes, the wolf yawns and moves and settles back in this animated tattoo. He steps through, emblazoned on his armor. He's in full plate armor. Emblazoned in the middle is the sigil of Helm, but not as you would see the open palm of Helm that is recognizable throughout the lands. It is a closed fist with a golden eye on it and gold lines coming off, emblazoned upon his chest. As he steps through, what appears to be the problem?
Sorry, I know you were busy, but we have a little bit of an issue. This individual over here, I'm not. He's a cleric, but he also can't move right now.
He looks terrible.
You sort of see Alice just sort of loll his head to the side, sort of gain a view.
Can you maybe do your whole greater restoration thing and?
Yes, of course. I actually brewed a fresh batch of tea of refreshment this morning. Bear with me.
Oh, perfect.
And he kind of walks up to you, Eros, and kind of... I see what's happened here. You've pushed yourself almost beyond your limits. Word to the wise, best to only do that in grave circumstance. I'm sure it was a valiant effort, regardless, but try to be more careful. And he reaches in and pulls out this flask. Now, I have been told this doesn't necessarily taste well, but you'll be fine in just a moment. And he kind of like pours it into your mouth.
Wow.
God, I missed that voice.
Can't be worse than the cocktails, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it isn't. Will that be all? My mother is waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, tell her I say hi.
I most certainly will not.
Listen, I'm not trying to let you. And
And as he kind of steps through, you kind of hear echoing through the portal, "You better stop flirting with my mother." And the portal closes.
I was not flirting with his mother. I will just say that now. But Eros.
Insight check.
Fucking
For
lies. It's full lies.
National Giant!
Yeah!
I finally got one! So that'll be a 31.
Yeah.
It's so good.
So you know that she flirts with his mum to wind him up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Um,
I'll just Feathers will just go. Just give it a little chuckle.
all right. Okay. So with that, Eros, we will say for the sake of this, your exhaustion is cleared as you gently sip on this very strong, potent tea of refreshments. You are now able to function as a human being. Well, a dragonborn.
That was actually the nicest drink I've had since I came here.
Do not tell him that. That will go right to his head.
You'll have to get me the recipe.
I'll fly up to Eros and I'll say, "You've had a hard day, but I underestimated you. Seems like there is something to you folks."
We still didn't finish that conversation in the bubble.
There'll be time for plenty more. Tooth of Tathir, right?
Zahir.
Zahir. That's the one. Well, if you need, I can get you home. It's just a couple of things I need to do first.
I have a way of getting myself back.
Fair enough. But you've exhausted yourself enough today. It'd be my honour. It's what I do.
Bringing the dead back is not something I want to make the habit of.
Well, I know how to get people home. Just give me a minute.
As you're kind of looking around, you've noticed that kind of as everyone's kind of dispersed and is kind of doing their own thing, Oneros isn't there. He hasn't been spotted since they stepped into the shadow after their performance.
I'll fly up to Tatiana.
Yeah.
Titania.
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 It's
I know.
It's
I know,
fine.
it's alright, cool.
Titania.
It's the blame Shakespeare, okay?
It's not like I edited the promo and had to hear that name
No.
being said thousands of times.
It's actually Titania.
I'll head up to Titania, and I'll kind of, in the similar way that I've done before, I'll go down to one knee with my wings, and I'll say, "It is done, my queen." And I'll kind of look beyond her.
Yeah. The shadow seems to take a step to the side, the two of them having very similar posture, mirroring one another, one corporeal, one not. And the shadow looks down to you, and more of a feeling of appreciation wafts over you.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Before a shadowy hand kind of reaches out.
I'll hold it up above my head.
She grasps it, holds it close, presses it to her chest. Holds it, examines it, holds it to the light, it almost seeming to float. And Fastball, with your keen eye, you spot that this isn't the gem. Reggie, what are you doing?
You little piece of shit.
Reggie.
Did I not see him fucking...
He rolled really well.
Reggie kind of isn't as close to everyone in the group. He's kind of stood to one side. And as he sees her examining it, if anyone looks over, Reggie just kind of goes... And just his smile echoes across his face. He reaches into his pocket, and pulls out the real gem. And all you hear, he just... One thing you ought to know about the Air Force, we always have our day. And throws it up in the air, and as it lands in his hand, he puffs into what seems a cloud of smoke and just apparates out.
And with that, we are going to end the mini campaign there.
No.
Reggie absconding into the Fey realm. Freya still unclear who this individual and this child are. Lucian, Oneros, both scattered to the wind. Eros, exhausted but recovering. You have all done a good thing this day.
You little shit!
Balance to the Feywilds. Titania free of her curse. Sisters reunited. But there's still a thread that needs solving. The hunt for Reggie and the Hair Force needs to begin. But that is where we are going to end this Fey campaign.
Amazing,
Holy crap.
Hannah. So
Holy
good.
crap.
Thank
Guys,
you so much for sticking around.
That was so good.
guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to move you guys across to another stream. We're going to go and raid. Please stick around. Jump into their stream. Show some love and appreciation. Tell them
Follow us before you leave.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
but then
follow us, please.
when you raid, tell them where you've come from. Show them some love and support. But yeah, guys, thanks very much for stopping in this evening. Check us out again next Tuesday when we kick into our main campaign. Very exciting. So yeah,
Excited.
we are going to raid a channel called Table Story.
Nice.
So stick with us. We're going to raid in a few seconds. Again, thank you everyone who's followed, watched, supported us through this. Stick with it. We're going to jump through. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well done, Hannah. That was amazing. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. Holy crap, man. That was so good.